Under ancient suns and silent skies, civilizations long gone raised monuments of impossible ambition, temples carved from solid rock, tombs aligned to the stars, and structures so precise they seem to mock the limits of their time. Each stone tells a story we no longer fully understand, of builders who moved mountains, of knowledge that appeared far too early, and of faith so deep it reshaped the earth itself. From the sands of Egypt to the misted valleys of Ireland and the basalt cliffs of India, these forbidden creations stand as the last witnesses to ages that may have known far more than we imagine. So settle in, let the noise of the day fade away, and allow your mind to drift back through time. Tonight, we'll walk among colossal temples, sunken halls, and carved mountains that should not exist, places that challenge history itself. These are not the ruins of myth or imagination, but the silent survivors of something far greater than we understand. Each one whispers of forgotten ages, of builders whose skill defies explanation, and of a world where stone carried secrets that may never be fully revealed. Amid the shifting sands of southern Egypt stands a monument so vast and flawlessly preserved that it seems almost out of time. The Temple of Edfu rises from the desert like a message carved in stone, its walls covered from floor to ceiling in inscriptions that speak of a forgotten era. Unlike many of Egypt's ruins, weathered by centuries of sun and wind, Edfu appears almost new, as though its builders stepped away only moments ago. Its columns still reach toward the sky with undiminished precision, its hieroglyphs still etched deep and crisp, capturing something extraordinary. A story the ancient Egyptians called Zep Tepi, the first time, when gods walked the earth and shaped creation from the waters of chaos. To walk through Edfu is to move through layers of myth and memory where the divine and the human blur into one. The temple was built during Egypt's Ptolemaic era, between 237 and 57 BC, yet it was not the invention of that age. Its design, its inscriptions, and its rituals all point backward, toward knowledge already ancient even then. The Greeks who ruled Egypt at the time viewed themselves as custodians of something far older than their own civilization. They ordered the temple's reconstruction, not as a new monument, but as a restoration of something sacred, a legacy of a lost world. According to the inscriptions carved along its walls, the temple's blueprint was not drawn by human architects. It was dictated, they claimed, by the gods themselves, based on heavenly patterns and the original temple built during the dawn of creation. Every hall, every axis, every symbol was meant to mirror divine order, translating celestial geometry into stone. What makes Edfu particularly remarkable is the detail preserved in its inscriptions. Thousands of hieroglyphic lines recount not only religious hymns and rituals, but entire mythological histories describing the world before humanity's reign. The texts describe an age when Egypt was ruled by divine kings, beings of radiant power who descended to organize the land and teach the arts of civilization. They speak of a great island that sank into the primordial waters after a devastating cataclysm, leaving only fragments of its knowledge behind. The survivors, the texts imply, carried their wisdom across the world, rebuilding fragments of their lost paradise wherever they settled. Edfu, according to this narrative, stood as one of those fragments, a reconstruction of sacred memory. Modern archaeologists interpret these myths as allegory, symbolic retellings of creation rather than historical accounts. Yet even they admit that the detail within these texts is unusually specific for simple legend. The builders describe precise measurements, materials, and sequences of ritual construction that seem rooted in engineering as much as theology. The temple's very alignment reflects a deep understanding of astronomy. Its central axis is oriented to the rising sun during the annual festival of Horus, and light floods the inner sanctuary on the exact morning that marked his victory over the god set. To achieve such alignment required an advanced comprehension of the solar cycle and an ability to map celestial movements with mathematical accuracy. How this knowledge was acquired, at a time when the tools for such calculations supposedly did not exist, remains a lingering question. Within Edfu's inner sanctum, the air feels charged, as though carrying the residue of countless ceremonies. The walls are lined with scenes of Horus in his falcon form, crowned with the double plume of Upper and Lower Egypt. Nearby panels depict processions of priests carrying sacred barks, ceremonial boats meant to represent the divine vessel that once traversed the sky. The details are intricate down to the texture of feathers, the curvature of oars, the arrangement of stars. For the ancient Egyptians, these were not decorations, they were diagrams of reality. Each carving represented the cosmic order set forth during Zep Tepi, when the forces of chaos were subdued and structure brought into being. To understand Edfu's carvings was to glimpse the mind of the divine architect. Among the most puzzling inscriptions are those referring to the Isle of the Egg, a land said to have existed before Egypt's first dynasties. According to the temple texts, this island was destroyed in a great deluge, after which the gods led survivors to the banks of the Nile to rebuild civilization. Some passages even describe how the original temple, the one Edfu was modeled after, had been covered by water and darkness. Scholars have long debated the meaning of these lines. To most, they are poetic expressions of cosmic renewal, the triumph of light over chaos. Yet others suggest they might preserve distant memories of real cataclysmic events, echoes of geological floods that swept across the region at the end of the last ice age. If that were true, it would mean the myths remembered something far older than written history. The temple's structure itself reflects this tension between myth and technology. Standing over 37 meters high, Edfu's massive sandstone blocks were quarried and transported with such precision that the joints between them are nearly invisible. The main pylons rise 70 meters across, their surfaces engraved with scenes of Horus defeating Set in battle, a symbolic restoration of order after destruction. The hyper-style hall, with its 12 columns carved like blooming papyrus, creates a space where sound carries softly and evenly, as though the chamber was designed not just for sight, but for resonance. Modern acoustical studies have shown that the hall's shape produces perfect auditory symmetry, amplifying the human voice in specific frequencies. Whether intentional or accidental, this effect would have transformed ancient rituals into immersive sensory experiences, surrounding worshippers with sound that seemed to emanate from the stone itself. One of the most intriguing aspects of Edfu's construction lies in its engineering. Unlike many temples of similar age, Edfu's foundations extend unusually deep into the ground, anchored by layers of stone laid with near mathematical precision. These foundations have allowed the temple to remain remarkably intact through earthquakes and floods that destroyed other nearby structures. Some researchers have suggested that the temple's resilience was not coincidental, but the result of knowledge inherited from a forgotten source, techniques refined through generations but no longer understood by the builders who replicated them. Inscriptions on the walls support this idea, stating that the temple was rebuilt upon the plans found within the ancient writings, implying that even the Ptolemaic builders considered themselves restorers of something they did not fully comprehend. Walking through its halls today, the sense of order is overwhelming. Every wall, every column, every relief follows a precise layout. The outer courts represent the mortal world, filled with light and open to the sky. Deeper inside, the ceilings lower, the corridors narrow, and light becomes scarce, guiding visitors toward the darkened sanctum, the symbolic threshold between human and divine. It is here, in the sanctuary's stillness, that the statue of Horus once rested upon a granite pedestal. The priests would perform daily rituals to awaken the god's essence within the statue, a process known as opening the mouth, believed to grant life to the divine image. Each movement, each recitation, each offering followed exact instructions preserved for thousands of years, repeating actions first performed during Zep Tepi. To the Egyptians, this was not reenactment, but continuation, a way to sustain the cosmic balance that kept the world alive. What makes the temple's story even more compelling is its connection to a cosmic timeline that seems to stretch far beyond Egypt itself. The concept of Zep Tepi, described at Edfu, mirrors myths found across many ancient cultures. Stories of an age of gods, of creation emerging from chaos, of floods that ended one world and began another. The Sumerians spoke of Eridu, the first city built after the waters receded. The Mayans told of previous worlds destroyed and remade by fire and water. Even the early Greeks described a golden age when gods and men lived together before a great cataclysm tore them apart. Whether coincidence or shared memory, these parallels suggest that the builders of Edfu were preserving something universal, the story of humanity's forgotten beginning. Archaeologists studying Edfu often remark that its inscriptions read less like mythology and more like records, systematic, structured, even technical. They detail how the gods measured the earth, divided it into regions, and established temples at specific primordial sites. These were not random placements. Each temple was said to correspond to a point within a cosmic grid, a network linking earth to sky. When mapped using modern technology, many of Egypt's ancient temples, including Edfu, Dendera, and Abydos, align along geodesic paths that correlate with key astronomical coordinates. Whether intentional or a remarkable coincidence, the precision is striking. Such alignments imply a level of survey knowledge far more advanced than what official history credits to that era. The idea that Edfu encodes lost scientific knowledge has long fascinated researchers outside traditional archaeology. Some propose that the temple's architectural proportions mirror ratios found in nature: the golden mean, the harmonic intervals of sound, and the orbital patterns of celestial bodies. The ratios between its chambers and pylons reflect mathematical relationships later rediscovered by Greek and Renaissance scholars. If this were true, it would suggest that the builders possessed an understanding of universal order expressed through sacred geometry long before it appeared elsewhere. Whether symbolic or deliberate, these proportions create a profound sense of harmony that visitors still feel today, even if they cannot articulate why. Among Egyptologists, one of the most hotly debated features of Edfu is the so-called building texts, a series of inscriptions describing how the temple was constructed according to divine blueprints. These texts list materials, dimensions, and rituals performed during each stage of building, culminating in the laying of the foundation ritual, said to be guided by the god Thoth, patron of wisdom and measurement. According to the inscriptions, Thoth set down the cord and measured the earth, establishing the temple's axis along the line of the rising sun. Modern surveyors who have measured the temple confirm that its orientation deviates less than half a degree from true east, a feat of precision still difficult to achieve today without advanced instruments. How ancient builders accomplished this remains one of Edfu's enduring mysteries. Equally fascinating are the depictions of technology-like objects in Edfu's reliefs. Rods, staffs, and vessels, often interpreted symbolically, but strikingly similar in form to instruments of measurement and alignment. While mainstream scholars insist these are purely ritual, alternative researchers argue that they may represent real tools, remnants of lost techniques preserved through religious imagery. Some carvings show figures holding devices emitting rays or energy, possibly metaphoric, yet intriguing enough to inspire speculation about forgotten forms of power or craftsmanship. Whether mythic or literal, these images remind us how easily technology can transform into symbolism once its function is lost to time. Edfu's connection to Horus deepens the temple's aura of mystery. Horus was more than a deity of war and kingship. He represented order, vision, and resurrection, the force that restores balance after chaos. In Egyptian thought, every temple dedicated to Horus symbolized renewal. At Edfu, this theme resonates everywhere. The temple was seen as the place where Horus triumphed over Set, restoring harmony to the world. Every year, during the Festival of Victory, priests reenacted this battle through elaborate ceremonies that drew thousands of participants. The rituals culminated in the triumph of Horus, a grand procession along the Nile carrying the god's statue to Dendera to unite symbolically with Hathor, his consort. The festival celebrated not only divine union, but the rebalancing of the cosmos itself. Through ritual, the Egyptians believed they were sustaining the order first established during Zep Tepi, ensuring that creation would not fall back into chaos. Even today, Edfu exerts a hypnotic pull on those who visit. As light filters through narrow doorways and the scent of sand drifts through the courtyards, the air feels timeless. Scholars photograph and measure each relief, yet many admit that no diagram or translation captures the temple's atmosphere. It is a place that demands presence, where the line between archaeology and reverence blurs. Whether one views it as an architectural marvel, a repository of myth, or a message from a forgotten civilization, Edfu continues to resist easy explanation. It stands, immovable and self-assured, as if guarding secrets humanity has not yet earned the right to rediscover. What fascinates most about the Temple of Edfu is how perfectly it bridges two worlds, the historical and the mythical. To Egyptologists, it is one of the best preserved examples of Ptolemaic architecture, revealing centuries of accumulated craftsmanship and devotion. To others, it is a monument to something deeper, a survival of an age when the boundaries between the divine and the human were not yet fixed. The inscriptions that speak of the first time may not describe an event at all, but a state of being, an era when creation was fresh, when the world and its builders were closer to their source. Whether those builders were gods, humans, or something between, the message they left behind remains clear. What is built in harmony with the cosmos endures. As the day fades over Edfu, the sandstone takes on a golden glow, and the carvings seem to shift with the light. The same sun that once aligned with its sanctuary still traces its ancient path, unchanged for thousands of years. Visitors stand before the great pylons, feeling both small and connected to something immeasurable. A design that spans not just centuries, but perhaps entire cycles of civilization. The temple's story may never be fully decoded, yet its presence speaks louder than translation. It reminds us that what survives from the past often carries more than history. It carries memory, reaching quietly across time, waiting to be understood by those who still look toward the horizon and wonder what truths the ancients once knew. Rising from the green heart of Sri Lanka, a vast column of stone pierces the sky. Its flanks glint faintly under the sun, as though the mountain itself had been polished by unseen hands. From a distance, Sigiriya looks almost impossible. A 200-meter-high monolith rising straight out of the jungle, its summit carved flat and ringed with ancient walls. Travelers approaching through the forest often describe the same strange feeling, that this is not a natural mountain at all, but some kind of monument, sculpted with purpose long before recorded memory began. The locals call it the Lion Rock. It is both fortress and palace, both mystery and legend. Some see it as the legacy of a powerful king. Others believe it was already ancient when he arrived. Long before the steps were carved or the gardens below arranged into precise geometry, this towering plateau had drawn the attention of early settlers. Archaeological traces buried near its base suggest human presence dating back thousands of years. Yet the Sigiriya that stands today, with its mirror-smooth walls, hydraulic channels, and surreal frescoes painted high above the forest, belongs to a later era. According to historical accounts, it was transformed during the reign of King Kashyapa, who ruled Sri Lanka during the 5th century AD. But even that statement leaves questions unanswered. The scale of its engineering and the sophistication of its water systems seem to belong to something far older, more advanced than anything else of its time. Approaching the fortress from the lower plains, the first thing that greets visitors is not stone, but water. Pools stretch out symmetrically, reflecting the towering rock above. These are not simple ponds. They are reservoirs, part of an intricate network of canals, sluices, and underground conduits that carry water uphill, defying the natural flow of gravity. Even during dry seasons, the pools remain full, their levels perfectly balanced. Modern engineers who have studied the site admit that its hydraulic system would be challenging to replicate without pumps or pressure-based mechanisms. Yet these channels were carved over 1,500 years ago, or perhaps even earlier, using tools that, by conventional history, should have been too crude for such precise work. The pathway toward the summit follows a winding route that grows steeper with each turn. Halfway up the rock, travelers find one of Sigiriya's most extraordinary features, a long, polished surface known as the mirror wall. For nearly 200 meters, this vertical face gleams with a luster so fine that it once reflected the faces of those who passed by. Ancient visitors wrote poetry upon its surface, verses of wonder and love addressed to the painted maidens above. Even now, faint traces of those writings remain etched into the wall, a living record of admiration written more than 1,000 years ago. When scientists analyzed the wall, they found that the finish was not natural erosion, but deliberate polishing achieved through repeated application of a mineral paste and extreme friction. The result is a surface so smooth that it still reflects light despite centuries of weathering. How this effect was achieved using only primitive tools remains unknown. Above the mirror wall, a narrow staircase carved into the rock leads toward a small ledge known as the Fresco Gallery. Here, hidden high above the forest canopy, is one of the most hauntingly beautiful collections of ancient art ever discovered in Asia. Painted directly onto the stone surface are the Sigiriya maidens, dozens of life-sized female figures with delicate jewelry, flowers in their hair, and serene expressions that seem to float between the divine and the human. Their colors, ochre, turquoise, coral, have survived for more than a millennium with almost unnatural vibrancy. The pigments used here resist fading even under tropical heat, suggesting a mastery of mineral chemistry rarely matched in antiquity. For generations, these frescoes have provoked speculation about their purpose. Some historians believe they depict celestial beings, apsaras, welcoming the king into the heavens. Others think they represent attendants of a temple once situated atop the rock. Yet a few scholars propose something more curious, that these paintings predate the fortress itself, remnants of an earlier culture whose artistry was preserved by later builders. The difference in technique between the frescoes and the rest of the site's construction fuels this theory. The brush strokes are too refined, the pigments too stable, the style too distinct from any known 5th century Sri Lankan art. If this is true, Sigiriya's summit might have been sacred long before King Kashyapa ever claimed it. According to traditional chronicles, Kashyapa seized the throne after overthrowing his father and fled to the central plains to build a stronghold far from his enemies. Legends say he chose Sigiriya for its unassailable height and commanding view of the landscape. He transformed the summit into a palace complex, surrounding it with walls, terraces, and water gardens arranged with mathematical precision. The rock's summit became a city suspended between earth and sky, a place of defense and splendor. Yet the story of Kashyapa ends in tragedy. After years of ruling from his lofty refuge, he faced rebellion, descended to battle, and met his death upon the plains. His fortress was abandoned soon after, reclaimed first by monks, then by forest. But the legend raises a question that refuses to fade. Could one ruler, even with vast resources, have overseen the creation of something so technically complex within a single lifetime? The hydraulic systems, the symmetrical city planning, the mirror-polished surfaces, all point to knowledge that seems to belong to engineers centuries ahead of their time. Archaeological studies show that water from distant springs was channeled uphill through stone pipes, feeding fountains and pools arranged in perfect alignment. The system relies not on pumps, but on a delicate balance of pressure and gravity, a feat requiring precise calculation. When engineers attempted to model it, they discovered that the gradient of each conduit had to be measured to within a fraction of a degree. Too steep, and the water would rush uncontrollably. Too shallow, and it would stagnate. How ancient builders achieved such balance without modern instruments remains an unanswered question. Some researchers have suggested that Sigiriya's water system bears similarities to those found in far older civilizations. The stepped reservoirs resemble features seen at ancient sites in India and even Mesopotamia. The geometric alignment of its gardens recalls the layouts of Persian palaces. These parallels hint at an exchange of ideas across vast distances, or perhaps, as some speculate, the survival of a shared ancestral knowledge passed down through forgotten generations. Whatever its origin, the level of precision achieved at Sigiriya surpasses what most societies of its supposed era could accomplish. As one ascends toward the summit, the structure of the fortress reveals a meticulous integration between architecture and geology. The builders did not simply build upon the rock, they carved into it, merging natural formations with artificial design. Stairways emerge from fissures, terraces are cut seamlessly from the cliff face, and walls are set into the mountain's curvature with such accuracy that the line between human construction and natural stone becomes difficult to trace. The result is a structure that feels both organic and deliberate, a union of human vision and geological permanence. Near the upper terraces once stood the colossal Lion Gate, from which the site draws its name. Today, only the massive paws remain, carved directly from the stone and weathered by time. But early travelers described a complete sculpture, an enormous lion whose mouth formed the entrance to the palace above. Passing through that mouth, one would climb the final staircase to the summit, emerging onto a plateau surrounded by sky. From that height, the jungle stretches endlessly in every direction, its horizon broken only by distant mountains. The summit itself contains the remains of a palace complex, pools, foundations, and platforms carved directly into the bedrock, all arranged with precise geometry. Even after centuries of erosion, the symmetry of its layout is unmistakable. What is remarkable is that the summit pools still collect water naturally. Even with no apparent supply channel, they remain filled after rainfall, their edges carefully angled to prevent overflow. Some researchers believe that the surface was treated with a form of natural waterproofing, perhaps a resin or mineral mixture applied to the rock's pores. Similar techniques have been identified at other ancient sites, but nowhere with this consistency. This waterproofing, combined with the slope's gradient, allowed water to flow through specific routes, cooling the palace and sustaining gardens atop the plateau. The system's efficiency hints at an advanced understanding of thermodynamics and environmental design, concepts that modern architecture only began to explore in recent centuries. While history attributes the site to King Kashyapa, local oral traditions tell stories that stretch back much further. Some villagers speak of sky builders, beings who descended from the heavens and shaped the rock using tools that glowed like fire. Others mention an earlier kingdom that flourished before the floods of antiquity, leaving behind fragments of their artistry in remote corners of the earth. Within the context of these legends, Sigiriya becomes more than a fortress. It becomes a memory of a time when human civilization may have reached heights forgotten by history. The polished walls, the hydraulic systems, the flawless symmetry, all fit too perfectly within that pattern of global anomalies that challenge our understanding of the ancient world. When archaeologists began studying Sigiriya in the 20th century, they were struck by the site's planning. Using aerial surveys, they discovered that the entire complex, from the base gardens to the summit, follows a strict axis aligned north to south. Even more surprising, the ratio between the dimensions of its terraces and pools corresponds to harmonic proportions similar to those used in ancient Greek and Egyptian design. This precision suggests that the builders were working with a mathematical system deeply rooted in geometry and astronomy. Some sections of the gardens align with the solstices, while others correspond to lunar positions. Whether by design or coincidence, Sigiriya's architecture seems to resonate with celestial order. Standing on the plateau at sunset, it's easy to understand why this place was chosen. The air is still, the jungle below alive with distant calls. The surface of the summit pool mirrors the changing colors of the sky, turning from gold to crimson to deep indigo. The polished stone reflects faint glimmers of the last light, while the surrounding ruins lie quiet, their edges softened by time. From here, one can trace the long causeway leading to the plains and imagine the ancient processions that once climbed this path. Priests, guards, artisans, all moving toward the summit where ritual and power met the horizon. In many ways, Sigiriya feels less like a fortress and more like a meditation on permanence. Its builders harnessed the landscape rather than conquered it. They turned volcanic stone into a stage for harmony between earth, water, and sky. The hydraulic systems breathe life into the gardens below. The polished walls capture light like liquid glass, and the frescoes immortalize beauty that refuses to fade. Each element feels part of a larger vision, one that transcends mere defense or luxury. Perhaps the purpose of Sigiriya was not only political but spiritual, an attempt to recreate an earthly reflection of the heavens. Modern scholars continue to debate its meaning. Some describe it as an expression of royal vanity, others as a temple complex disguised as a palace. Yet every measurement, every alignment, every preserved feature seems too carefully calculated for vanity alone. It's as though the builders were encoding a message, one written not in words but in geometry, in light, in the flow of water and stone. The more one studies Sigiriya, the more it resists being confined to a single interpretation. It stands at the intersection of engineering and myth, of artistry and enigma, bridging human history and something that feels older than memory. As night falls over the plateau, the forest below begins to shimmer with faint lights, fireflies drifting through the humid air. The rock cools, releasing the heat it absorbed during the day. If one were to listen, they might hear the faint trickle of water through the ancient channels, still working after centuries. It's easy to imagine that the same sounds once accompanied the life of this fortress city, echoing softly against the walls polished to perfection. The people who built this place are gone, their language changed, their reasons forgotten. Yet the stone remains, a vast, wordless monument to skill, vision, and perhaps something greater than either. Sigiriya holds its secrets in silence, as though waiting for someone to ask the right questions. It reminds us how fragile our sense of history truly is, how easily entire chapters of civilization can vanish, leaving only clues etched into rock. The Lion Rock still stands, untouched by the passing centuries, its summit watching over the forest that slowly reclaims its base. Whatever its builders intended, refuge, temple, or message to the gods, they achieved something extraordinary. A masterpiece that defies both time and explanation, forever suspended between myth and memory. At the edge of the Nile, where the river bends through the ancient heart of Thebes, stands a temple that seems to have been designed not merely for worship, but for calculation. The Temple of Luxor is often described as a masterpiece of architecture, but that word feels too small for what it represents. Every wall, every courtyard, every line of its axis appears to obey a hidden geometry, a set of proportions that bridge heaven and earth. To stand within its colonnades is to step into a diagram of the cosmos, one drawn not on papyrus or stone tablets, but upon the very landscape itself. The temple's origin lies in the 18th dynasty, during the reign of Amenhotep III, more than 3,000 years ago. Yet what makes Luxor so remarkable is not simply its age or its preservation, but the precision of its design. Later pharaohs added to it, Ramses II most notably, but the underlying structure never lost its alignment. Its foundations are drawn along a single axis that points directly toward the Temple of Karnak to the north, forming a spiritual and geometric connection that spans over 2.5 kilometers. This alignment was not arbitrary. It was engineered with extraordinary care, meant to link the mortal city with the divine. What emerges from the data of modern surveys is astonishing. The temple's longitudinal axis points toward the rising of Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky, associated with the goddess Isis. Each year, when Sirius first appeared on the horizon just before dawn, it heralded the flooding of the Nile, the renewal of life in Egypt. The temple's orientation captures that moment with mathematical precision. When sunlight entered its inner court during the annual Opet festival, it illuminated the central sanctuary at the exact time Sirius rose above the horizon. This is not coincidence. The architects of Luxor appear to have designed the structure as a vast astronomical instrument, translating celestial rhythms into architectural form. Even the dimensions of the temple reflect a pattern of ratios consistent with mathematical constants. The courtyards are not arbitrary rectangles, but geometric expressions of harmonic relationships, the same proportional logic that underlies sound, vibration, and planetary movement. When engineers measured the distances between the pylons, columns, and chapels, they found a recurring sequence corresponding to the golden ratio and to fractional values of pi. These proportions create a spatial harmony that the human body instinctively recognizes, even if one does not consciously perceive it. The experience of walking through Luxor feels balanced, centered, and strangely resonant, as though the temple itself was tuned to the frequencies of nature. The architects responsible for this design left no written record of their calculations, yet the precision is undeniable. To lay out such a plan without the aid of modern instruments would require astronomical observation of the highest accuracy. The builders would have had to chart the heliacal rising of stars across multiple years, noting the exact points on the horizon where they appeared. The alignment to Sirius suggests not only an awareness of stellar motion, but a method for translating those observations into geometry, something few civilizations have demonstrated with such consistency. Even today, surveyors examining Luxor's axis find deviations measured in mere fractions of a degree. To understand how this was achieved, one must look at the temple's relationship with its surroundings. Luxor was not built in isolation. It formed part of a vast ritual landscape extending from Karnak to the west bank of the Nile. The processional route linking Luxor and Karnak, known as the Avenue of Sphinxes, was more than a roadway. It was a line of cosmic alignment. During the Opet festival, statues of the gods Amun, Mut, and Khonsu were carried along this axis in ceremonial barges, symbolically reenacting the creation of the world. The procession mirrored the movement of the sun, from its rising in the east to its setting in the west, reaffirming the balance between the divine order of heaven and the cyclical renewal of earth. Luxor's role within this alignment is crucial. Unlike other temples, which were dedicated primarily to death or the afterlife, Luxor celebrated life itself, fertility, rebirth, and divine kingship. The pharaoh was seen not merely as a ruler, but as a living link between man and God, his body a vessel of cosmic balance. The temple's geometry reflects this philosophy. It was designed to channel the path of light from the outer world toward the sacred core, guiding both physical and symbolic energy inward. At specific times of the year, sunlight entered through the massive pylons, traveled down the processional hall, and illuminated the sanctuary where the statue of Amun was kept. The journey of the light was the journey of creation, the sun itself moving through the architecture of the divine. What continues to baffle researchers is how this architectural precision was achieved using Bronze Age tools. The foundation stones of Luxor are cut with tolerances finer than 0.5 millimeter, their surfaces leveled so accurately that modern laser scans reveal almost no deviation. The scale of the project would have required exact surveying over hundreds of meters, as well as the ability to maintain uniform elevation across varying terrain. Yet even with modern instruments, reproducing such alignment between multiple structures, Karnak, Luxor, and the Avenue of Sphinxes, would be a formidable challenge. This level of mastery suggests an advanced understanding of trigonometry and observational astronomy far beyond what conventional timelines assign to the period. Some Egyptologists argue that this precision can be explained by experience, generations of trial and error refined through observation, but others propose that the design reflects a lost method of measurement, perhaps based on sound or vibration rather than purely visual geometry. Certain acoustic studies have found that the hypostyle hall of Luxor resonates at specific frequencies when struck, producing standing waves that correspond to the dimensions of the chamber itself. This suggests that ancient builders may have used sound as a tool for calibration, listening for harmonic resonance to ensure perfect proportion. Whether this was a practical method or a symbolic gesture, the result remains an architectural symphony. Structure as vibration, matter as music. The deeper one moves into Luxor, the more apparent this precision becomes. The colonnade built by Ramses II, with its towering papyrus columns, continues the temple's original axis almost flawlessly, despite being constructed generations later. The transition between different reigns and styles shows no disruption of mathematical continuity, as if each addition followed a master plan known only to the priesthood. Even when later builders expanded the complex, they maintained the same celestial orientation, ensuring that the rising sun would still strike the sanctuary on the appointed day. This consistency implies a tradition of sacred architecture governed by strict cosmological principles, a system of knowledge carefully guarded and transmitted across centuries. Many of these principles revolve around proportion and light. The distances between pylons and courtyards form geometric progressions, while the height of columns corresponds to fractional divisions of the base width. The effect is one of visual equilibrium. When sunlight enters the temple at dawn, the long shadows cast by the columns align perfectly along the paving stones, forming lines that converge at specific focal points. These alignments change with the seasons, creating a living calendar inscribed into architecture. To an untrained observer, the play of light and shadow might seem decorative, but for the ancient priests, it was the physical manifestation of time, a daily reminder that the rhythms of heaven and earth were bound together through mathematics. Over the millennia, the Nile shifted its course, floods buried the lower courts, and new civilizations rose around the ancient stones. Yet Luxor retained its strange precision. When archaeologists surveyed the site in the 19th century, they discovered that even the temple's foundation lines still matched the true cardinal directions with astonishing accuracy. Modern GPS mapping has only confirmed this. The temple's main axis deviates from true north by less than half a degree, precisely what would be required to match the rising of Sirius around the 13th century BC. This discovery reinforces the idea that Luxor's builders were working from astronomical data spanning centuries, possibly recorded by generations of priest astronomers whose observations extended far beyond a single lifetime. One of the most fascinating aspects of the temple's design is its relationship to scale. Luxor does not simply reproduce cosmic order, it embodies it. The proportions of the temple correspond to those of the human body, particularly as it was conceptualized in Egyptian symbolism. The outer court represents the legs and movement, the hypostyle halls, the chest and breath, the inner sanctum, the heart. This alignment between anatomy and architecture mirrors the Egyptians' belief that the human being was a microcosm of the universe, a reflection of divine structure within mortal form. By walking through the temple, the pharaoh enacted the journey of the cosmos, moving from matter to spirit, from multiplicity to unity. The precision of Luxor's geometry ensured that each step mirrored a mathematical truth, a ritual both physical and cosmic. Some scholars have noticed even deeper patterns. The distances between major architectural features correspond to harmonic intervals used in ancient Egyptian music. The ratio between the lengths of the first courtyard and the colonnade equals the musical fifth, a relationship of 2 to 3. These correspondences may not be coincidental. The Egyptians associated music, mathematics, and architecture with the same universal order, Ma'at, the principle of balance that governed both the cosmos and the human soul. Luxor, in this sense, is less a building and more a resonant diagram, its stones humming silently with proportion and law. The possibility that Luxor encodes lost knowledge has inspired generations of researchers. Some propose that the temple served as a kind of teaching instrument, where initiates learned the principles of geometry, astronomy, and spiritual alignment. Others suggest it was an energy structure designed to focus subtle forces between earth and sky. While such ideas remain speculative, what is undeniable is that Luxor's builders possessed a level of precision that defies our expectations of the ancient world. They measured not only the land, but the heavens, translating invisible relationships into form. When modern architects analyze the structure, they find a sophistication difficult to rationalize. The axial line of Luxor, when extended beyond the temple, intersects with other ancient sites across Egypt, including Dendera, Abydos, and even the pyramids of Giza. This network of alignments suggests that Luxor was part of a larger architectural system spanning the Nile Valley, a system that mapped celestial relationships onto terrestrial geography. If intentional, this would represent one of the earliest known examples of geodetic planning, a concept supposedly beyond the reach of Bronze Age civilizations. Yet perhaps the greatest mystery of Luxor lies not in its measurements, but in its endurance of meaning. Long after its original religion faded, the temple remained a place of reverence. Christians built a church within its walls. Muslims later constructed a mosque upon its courtyard. Each new faith seemed to recognize that this was no ordinary structure. Its proportions, its balance, its orientation, all inspired a sense of sacred geometry that transcended doctrine. The stones themselves seem to possess a rhythm that invites contemplation. Even stripped of its rituals and gods, the architecture continues to communicate something universal about harmony, order, and the relationship between the seen and the unseen. As night falls over Luxor, the stars emerge one by one above the Nile. Modern lights illuminate the great columns, but the real spectacle lies in the sky beyond. Sirius, the star of Isis, still rises over the eastern horizon, following the same path it did when the temple was new. Its light, traveling across centuries, touches the same stone surfaces it once guided into being. Standing within the court, one can imagine the ancient priests watching the same event, their calculations confirmed by the heavens themselves. The alignment still holds, the geometry still perfect. The Temple of Luxor remains a testament to a civilization that measured time through architecture, that found divinity not only in myth, but in mathematics. It challenges our understanding of what the ancients could achieve, reminding us that precision is its own form of faith, a belief that order exists both above and below, that by aligning the earth to the stars, humanity could draw nearer to the eternal. Perhaps that was the temple's true purpose, not to house gods, but to mirror them, to reflect the harmony of the cosmos within the geometry of stone. As the light fades and the river's current hums quietly through the night, the temple stands as it always has, its proportions exact, its axis unwavering, its message carved into the architecture of the world itself. Deep in the desert north of Luxor lies a temple complex whose carvings have stirred both wonder and controversy for more than a century. The Temple of Hathor at Dendera does not dominate the landscape like Karnak or tower above the sands like Edfu. Its grandeur lies in its precision, in the symmetry of its halls, the vivid colors of its ceilings, and the strange imagery carved across its stone reliefs. Among these, one stands apart, a panel that depicts what some have called the Dendera light. To those who see it for the first time, the carving appears eerily modern, a serpent enclosed within a bulb-shaped outline, extending from a lotus flower and supported by a pillar that looks uncannily mechanical. For decades, this image has inspired theories that ancient Egypt possessed some form of electrical technology. Yet the true story of the carving, and of the temple that houses it, reveals something more profound and far older than any lost machine. The temple that visitors see today was constructed during the late Ptolemaic period, between the 1st century BC and the 1st century AD, when Greek rulers governed Egypt. Yet Dendera's foundations stretch back far beyond their reign. Archaeological layers suggest earlier shrines stood on this same site during the Old Kingdom over 4,000 years ago. The Ptolemaic builders saw themselves not as innovators, but as restorers of a tradition whose origins had already faded into legend. They built the temple to honor Hathor, goddess of music, fertility, motherhood, and celestial harmony. For the Egyptians, she was the bringer of joy, the sustainer of life, and the radiant power that linked heaven and earth. From the moment one steps into the great hypostyle hall, the scale and detail of the structure are overwhelming. 24 massive columns rise towards ceilings painted with vivid astronomical scenes, star maps, solar boats, constellations, and the outstretched figure of Nut, the sky goddess, arcing over the world. Unlike most Egyptian temples, much of Dendera's color survives. The blues still shimmer, the golds still glow softly through the dust. The ceilings depict not only stars but time itself, the cyclical rebirth of day and night, the eternal return of creation. To the Egyptians, astronomy was never separate from spirituality. The heavens were a living text, and the temple a physical translation of that cosmic order. The most debated relief lies deep underground, far from the daylight that illuminates the main halls. Down a narrow stone staircase, in a crypt carved beneath the temple's floor, the air grows cool and heavy. This chamber was not intended for ordinary visitors. It was a place reserved for priests, initiates, and those entrusted with the rituals of renewal. Along one wall of this crypt is the image that would later capture modern fascination. A long, bulb-shaped object extends from a lotus base, inside which coils a serpent. At the base of the image, a kneeling figure raises the form upward, while other figures hold rods or stands beneath it. Nearby, the familiar etched pillar, symbol of stability, supports the entire composition. To some modern eyes, this scene resembles an electric lamp, the lotus as a socket, the serpent as a filament, the etched as a power source. This interpretation, first popularized in the 20th century, suggested that the Egyptians possessed some unknown technology capable of producing light without fire. Writers pointed to the polished walls of underground tombs and corridors, which show no signs of soot, as supposed evidence that such lamps were once used to illuminate sacred spaces. The theory captured the public imagination, but scholars and Egyptologists have long rejected it. The imagery, they explain, fits perfectly within the symbolic language of Egyptian religion. The serpent represents divine energy, the force of life emerging from the lotus, which itself symbolizes creation and rebirth. The etched pillar anchors that energy, representing endurance and the backbone of the god Osiris. The entire relief depicts not an invention, but a cosmic event, the renewal of creation through the union of stability and vitality. When viewed through this lens, the Dendera carving ceases to be an anomaly and becomes part of a larger system of sacred symbolism. The Egyptians conceived of the universe as a constant act of emergence, the daily rising of the sun, the germination of plants, the birth of every living creature mirrored the first moment of creation, when the world rose from the primordial waters. Hathor, as the goddess of love and fertility, embodied that process of renewal. To carve her temple with scenes of energy flowing from the lotus was to honor her power to sustain life. The serpent within the bulb, far from being electrical, represents the divine spark of consciousness moving through all things. What makes the relief fascinating, however, is the sophistication of its visual language. The artist who carved it combined natural imagery with geometric precision. The bulb form curves in a way that suggests proportion, even function. The lines flow like diagrams, not random ornamentation. This precision reflects a culture that understood sacred art as both symbolic and structural. Every figure, every curve, every measurement carried meaning. The Egyptians believed that to depict an act was to perform it, that carved images participated in the reality they described. Thus, the relief at Dendera was not merely art, it was ritual technology of another kind, designed to invoke the very forces it portrayed. Modern archaeology has revealed that the Dendera complex was one of the most advanced temple systems of its time. Beneath the visible structure lies an extensive network of subterranean chambers, corridors, and storage crypts, each serving a specific ritual purpose. Some contain inscriptions detailing the preparation of sacred oils and perfumes. Others list offerings of gold, incense, and materials used for festivals. The precision of these spaces suggests a mastery of engineering. Massive limestone blocks were fitted together with near-perfect seams, forming walls that have resisted earthquakes for millennia. The ceilings of the crypts were constructed using interlocking stone slabs, distributing weight evenly across the chambers, a technique that prefigures later principles of structural mechanics. Above ground, the temple's orientation follows a clear astronomical pattern. Its axis aligns with the rising of Sirius, the same star associated with the goddess Isis and the annual flooding of the Nile. This alignment linked Dendera to the wider cosmic rhythm that governed Egyptian ritual life. When Sirius appeared in the dawn sky, it marked the beginning of the new year, a moment of renewal celebrated with festivals throughout the kingdom. Within the temple, this celestial synchronization took physical form. Sunlight during certain days of the year penetrated the outer halls and touched specific reliefs of Hathor, illuminating her image at the moment of cosmic rebirth. Dendera's upper chambers contain another marvel, the famous zodiac of Dendera, once carved into the ceiling of a chapel on the temple's roof. The circular panel depicts constellations in a pattern that merges Egyptian and Greco-Roman systems of astronomy. The original stone now resides in the Louvre, but its replica still crowns the temple. The zodiac demonstrates how the builders of Dendera sought to map the heavens onto stone, a mirror of the universe suspended above the worshippers. To them, the temple was not a building but a cosmic instrument, designed to harmonize human ritual with celestial movement. Beneath these astronomical designs lies a more intimate layer of symbolism. Hathor's temples were centers of music, healing, and celebration. Archaeological finds include sistrums, metallic rattles used in ritual music, and evidence of festivals that combined dance, chant, and offerings of perfume and wine. To the Egyptians, these acts were not entertainment, they were forms of cosmic participation. Sound, fragrance, and movement were ways of aligning the human spirit with divine harmony. Dendera was, in essence, a sanctuary of balance, where sound and geometry met to maintain order in the universe. The light relief, then, fits perfectly within this context. It represents not mechanical electricity, but spiritual current, the flow of divine energy coursing through all creation. The serpent, symbol of life force, emerges from the lotus of birth, rising along the pillar of stability. The etched ensures that this flow remains grounded, unbroken. Together they form a visual equation for renewal. The priests of Dendera would have understood this image as a reminder of the power they invoked through ritual, the force that sustained both cosmos and kingdom. Yet even with this explanation, the precision of the artwork continues to provoke curiosity. The craftsmanship displayed in the Dendera crypts rivals that of the finest architecture in Egypt. The surfaces are polished to an almost metallic sheen, and the hieroglyphs remain razor-sharp despite centuries underground. How such quality was achieved with copper chisels and stone hammers is still debated. Some researchers suggest that the artisans used abrasives of quartz sand mixed with water to grind the surfaces smooth, a method demanding patience and skill almost unimaginable today. Each figure was carved by hand in near total darkness, guided by oil lamps carefully shielded to prevent soot from staining the walls. Whether the reliefs were illuminated by flame or sunlight reflected through polished metal mirrors, the precision of the carving demonstrates an extraordinary level of control. Dendera also contains architectural subtleties that suggest a sophisticated understanding of acoustics. When sound is produced within the hypostyle hall, whether from chanting or the ringing of sistrums, it reverberates evenly throughout the space, creating a soft resonance that amplifies without distortion. The columns, shaped like bundles of papyrus stalks, serve not only structural but acoustic purposes, dispersing vibration across the room. This design enhances the sensory dimension of ritual, transforming music and prayer into immersive experience. It also reinforces the symbolic connection between sound and creation, a belief that the universe itself began with a spoken word, a vibration that brought light and life into being. The deeper layers of Dendera remain less understood. Several chambers are still inaccessible, sealed since antiquity. Inscriptions refer to mysteries of the House of Hathor and rituals unknown to those who do not belong. Some texts describe ceremonies involving the awakening of statues through sound and fragrance, processes that merged physical and spiritual craft. Such descriptions have fueled speculation about whether Egyptian temples preserved esoteric knowledge beyond the scope of modern archaeology. Yet even without resorting to mystery, Dendera demonstrates that ancient builders possessed a profound integration of art, science, and theology, disciplines that modern civilization tends to separate. When the first European explorers entered the crypts during the 19th century, they were struck by how fresh the carvings appeared. The air was dry, the pigments faint but visible, and the surfaces unmarred by soot. It was during these early visits that the light bulb theory first took shape. Illustrations of the relief circulated widely, feeding fascination with the idea of forgotten ancient technology. Over time, the image became an icon of fringe archaeology, a symbol of humankind's hunger to believe that the ancients possessed secrets we have lost. Yet the real marvel of Dendera lies not in the fantasy of electricity, but in the enduring intelligence encoded in stone. Every measurement of the temple, from the base of its columns to the spacing of its hieroglyphs, reveals an underlying logic of proportion. Ratios of 3:4, 5:8, and 13:21 recur throughout the structure, numbers associated with harmonic relationships in music and nature. These proportions create visual balance and resonance, producing a sense of calm that visitors often describe without knowing why. The temple's geometry, like its sound, was designed to heal, to center, to restore. In this sense, Dendera was both sanctuary and instrument, a device for aligning human consciousness with the order of the cosmos. When viewed under torchlight, the serpent relief takes on a life of its own. The polished lines shimmer, the serpent's body seems to move within the bulb, and the supporting figures appear almost to lift it. Perhaps that illusion was intentional. Ancient Egyptian art often sought to animate the eternal, to give movement to stillness, life to stone. The serpent's undulating form, emerging from the lotus, captures the essence of creation's motion, an image of energy that transcends literal interpretation. It is no wonder that later generations, seeing this same vitality through the lens of modern technology, imagined a form of light. Yet what the Egyptians depicted was not a tool of illumination, but illumination itself, the awakening of divine consciousness through the power of creation. Outside the temple, the desert remains quiet. The air is dry, the horizon distant, the river a thin blue ribbon far away. From above, Dendera appears like a grid of perfect angles surrounded by emptiness, as though it were mapped upon the earth with instruments more precise than any surveyor's chain. The geometry of its layout mirrors celestial arcs, the same stars that the priests once charted nightly. Even after 2,000 years, the temple continues to perform its function, to hold the pattern of order amid the shifting sands of time. The Dendera light, stripped of speculation, stands as a symbol of something far more mysterious than lost technology. It embodies the human desire to understand energy, creation, and the forces that bind life to the cosmos. Its meaning is both poetic and scientific, a bridge between material and metaphysical knowledge. The artisans who carved it needed no electricity to represent illumination. They had already mastered a deeper light, one born from comprehension of natural law and spiritual unity. As evening falls, the temple walls reflect the last glow of the sun. The carvings, once bright with paint and gold leaf, fade into gentle relief against the limestone. Inside the crypts, darkness returns, just as it has for millennia. Yet within that darkness lies the image of the serpent, coiled within its radiant shell, rising from the lotus of creation. It speaks not of machines or lost science, but of the eternal rhythm of life itself, the endless renewal of light from within the heart of stone. The first sight of Lalibela comes without warning. The road winds across the Ethiopian highlands, through sun-cracked plateaus and sparse fields, until a sudden turn reveals what seems to be nothing at all. Only flat earth stretching outward, interrupted by dry gullies and the distant shimmer of heat. You expect to see monuments rising above the land, but Lalibela hides its secret below the surface. From above, it's a landscape pretending to be ordinary. Only when you walk closer does the illusion fall away. A narrow trench appears where the ground splits open. Its walls are cut too straight to be natural. The edges fall sheer into depth, and at the bottom stands something carved, not built, a church rising from the bedrock itself. The feeling is disorienting, as though the mountain had been hollowed to reveal architecture already waiting inside. This is how most people meet the rock-hewn churches of Lalibela, by descending into them, not approaching from afar. 11 of these sanctuaries exist, all linked by tunnels, stairs, and trenches that turn the entire hill into a single interconnected monument. They are not additions to the landscape, they are the landscape, transformed through subtraction. Archaeologists describe the method as excavation by revelation. Every column, dome, and arch was created by removing the stone around it, leaving the structure intact within its natural context. What remains is a city not built upon the earth but carved from its body. The most famous among them is Bet Georgis, the Church of St. George. Viewed from the surface, its cross-shaped roof appears etched into the plateau, a perfect geometry surrounded by a deep moat of red volcanic rock. From above, it looks like a symbol engraved into the skin of the world. From below, it becomes a cathedral rising from the earth's core. Its walls are crisp, its windows symmetrical, its proportions so deliberate that engineers still struggle to understand how medieval craftsmen, armed with only hand tools, achieved such balance. Local tradition holds that the builder was not merely human. According to legend, King Lalibela, ruler of the Zagwe dynasty, conceived the plan after experiencing a divine vision. Angels showed him a city of stone meant to mirror the Jerusalem of heaven. When he awoke, he commanded its recreation on earth. The story continues that human workers labored by day, and angels continued their work by night, completing what men could not. Whether one believes the tale or not, the final result invites the question that all great monuments share. How much of it belongs to human hands, and how much to something else? Scholars date the construction to the late 12th or early 13th century. The kingdom of Lalibela at that time stood apart from much of the known world, high, remote, and fiercely Christian. The Crusades had made pilgrimage to Jerusalem dangerous, so this mountain city was declared a new holy destination, an Ethiopian Jerusalem. The River Jordan was symbolically recreated as a small stream that divides the site. Churches on one side represent earthly Jerusalem, those on the other, heavenly Jerusalem. Pilgrims walk between them through corridors that twist like labyrinths, retracing sacred geography with every step. From a distance, the engineering looks improbable. The largest church, Bet Medhane Alem, covers an area the size of a modern cathedral and stands more than 10 meters tall, all carved from a single block of stone. Its 72 pillars, arranged in perfect symmetry, support a ceiling that was never assembled, only revealed. In total, thousands of cubic meters of rock were removed. Modern engineers who have tried to estimate the work say it would require hundreds of workers for decades, even using steel tools. The builders of Lalibela had only iron chisels and hammers, and yet the marks left behind show a consistency that suggests coordination across every surface. Each wall is aligned to the same reference axis. Each trench meets at planned junctions with precise drainage gradients. Whoever designed it thought in 3 dimensions before cutting a single line. To carve downward is to risk everything. Once the first outline is cut, no changes can be made to the outer proportions. A single error could ruin the entire structure, yet the lines at Lalibela never wander, the angles never slip. The builders worked as if the form already existed within the stone, their task simply to uncover it. The rock itself helped. The volcanic tuff of the region, reddish and porous, hardens when exposed to air but remains soft while freshly cut. This property allowed artisans to shape elaborate designs, knowing the surfaces would strengthen naturally afterward. Even so, the precision remains staggering. Some interior walls are polished smooth, others bear decorative patterns. Crosses, lattice windows, false doors, each cut with uniform depth. The uniformity suggests not improvisation, but premeditation, a plan transferred from the mind to the mountain with an accuracy few civilizations achieved. Inside the churches, the temperature drops. The air smells faintly of dust and incense. Light filters through small square openings high on the walls, scattering into soft beams that reveal details the eye would otherwise miss. The curves of an arch, the outline of a carved cross, the texture of centuries-old soot. The sound of a priest's chant fills the chamber, low and continuous. It travels along the walls and seems to come from everywhere at once. Even without belief, it's difficult not to feel something larger at work in the quiet rhythm of it. Not all of Lalibela's secrets are devotional. Archaeologists studying its design found a sophisticated understanding of water management. Trenches slope subtly to divert rainfall away from foundations, while underground passages serve as natural drainage. In a region where storms can erode stone within years, these features have preserved the churches for centuries. The builders integrated practical knowledge into spiritual architecture, creating beauty that also functions. This merging of form and utility mirrors other ancient feats, like the aqueducts of Rome or the stepwells of India, yet Lalibela's creators achieved it while working upside down, inside the mountain. Some tunnels between churches are so narrow that a person must stoop or crawl. Others open into courtyards large enough to hold hundreds of people. These spaces were not random. Each serves a symbolic purpose. The descent into darkness followed by emergence into light reenacts the journey from death to resurrection. Every visitor participates in the metaphor simply by moving through it. Despite its isolation, Lalibela never vanished from local life. Monks have guarded it for 8 centuries, maintaining rituals that began when the site was new. They live in small rock-cut cells around the perimeter, their white robes bright against the red walls. At dawn, they gather for prayer, their chants echoing through the trenches, mingling with the sound of wind. Festivals draw pilgrims from across Ethiopia. During Timkat, the celebration of Epiphany, thousands descend into the courtyards carrying candles. The night glows gold against the stone, and water blessed in the River Jordan stream is sprinkled upon the crowds. The site transforms the rock city into a living ceremony. Yet the more one observes, the more technical questions arise. How did workers coordinate orientation without sightlines? How were trenches kept vertical over such depth? Some theories propose wooden scaffolds anchored into slots cut into the walls, though no clear evidence survives. Others suggest a system of measuring cords and reference marks passed from one team to another as they cut deeper. Archaeologists have identified faint incisions near doorframes that could have served as calibration points. Still, the precision exceeds what those techniques should allow. For centuries, travelers who saw Lalibela wrote of disbelief. In the 17th century, Portuguese missionaries described it as the 8th wonder of the world. Later explorers from Europe accused locals of exaggeration, until they saw it themselves and realized the accounts had understated rather than embellished. Modern surveyors using laser scanners continue to uncover patterns invisible to the naked eye. Alignments between doorways, proportional ratios repeated across structures, harmonic dimensions echoing the principles of ancient sacred geometry. It's as if the builders possessed a mathematical sense embedded in faith, a way of thinking where numbers were prayers rather than measurements. One particularly curious aspect is sound. Engineers who have recorded acoustic profiles inside several churches discovered natural resonance frequencies tuned to human voice. Certain pitches linger longer, amplifying chants. Whether intentional or accidental, this design creates a sensory experience that heightens devotion. The stone itself becomes part of the liturgy. Every angle of Lalibela offers contradiction. It is monumental yet hidden, complex yet unified, ancient yet alive. The deeper you descend, the more it feels less like architecture and more like excavation into belief itself. The churches could have been carved over decades, or perhaps longer, but Ethiopian tradition insists they were finished within 24 years, half by humans, half by angels. Historians dismiss the number as impossible, yet those who have tried to calculate the man-hours required admit that even double that time would demand organization rivaling modern construction. Whatever the truth, the speed and precision suggest leadership capable of commanding not only labor, but faith. King Lalibela's reign faded. The Zagwe dynasty eventually replaced, but his creation remained untouched. Unlike so many wonders built to display power, this one vanished into the mountain, protected by its own humility. During invasions and political upheavals, the churches were never destroyed, perhaps because they were too hard to find, or perhaps because even outsiders sensed they were untouchable. Today, the site still functions as a spiritual center. Tourists arrive with cameras, but pilgrims arrive barefoot. They climb down the same stairs carved 800 years ago, pass through tunnels worn smooth by generations, and stand before altars where the same hymns have been sung without interruption since the 12th century. The continuity gives Lalibela a quality no ruin can match. It hasn't survived history, it has outlived it. As research continues, new findings emerge. Geologists analyzing tool marks discovered variations in mineral hardness that may have guided the order of excavation. Softer zones were carved first, harder layers left for detail. Anthropologists studying oral tradition note that stories of angelic builders could encode real shifts in labor. Night workers finishing what day workers began, a poetic exaggeration turned legend. Archaeologists mapping the complex with drones now suspect additional unfinished churches lie hidden under soil nearby, their roofs level with the surface and mistaken for natural rock. Standing above the plateau at sunset, the churches are invisible again. From this height, the land looks undisturbed, a quiet surface concealing vast complexity below. That design seems deliberate. The architects of Lalibela were not seeking spectacle. They built devotion into secrecy, turning worship into geometry. The world sees only what rises. Lalibela reminds us of what is made by going down. What makes the site forbidden is not that it was hidden from the world, but that it resists full comprehension. The more closely it's studied, the more its methods evade modern language. Engineers talk of precision, theologians speak of faith, travelers describe awe. None alone explain it. The truth of Lalibela lies between them, not miracle, not machinery, but the rare moment when belief and design share the same purpose. The question of how will always matter, but perhaps not as much as the question of why. To carve a church from living rock is to transform the world itself into an altar. To shape a city that cannot be moved, cannot collapse, and cannot truly age is to express permanence through absence. The builders of Lalibela may have vanished, their tools long corroded, but the space they created remains active, humming quietly through the centuries. At night, when the highlands fall silent, the priests light lanterns that glow within the courtyards. From above, the openings shine like constellations set into stone. The mountain that hides its churches by day reveals them again as stars of its own making. No one knows if the design was meant to mirror the sky, but standing on the edge looking down, it's easy to imagine that it does. Lalibela doesn't demand belief. It invites it, not through grandeur, but through precision, patience, and faith turned physical. It is the work of hands guided by something greater than ambition, something that understood stone could hold eternity if shaped with purpose. And as centuries pass, it continues to prove that perhaps the impossible can be achieved, not by reaching higher but by looking deeper. They say a single strike of a chisel can change the fate of a mountain. Somewhere between the sound of that first impact and the last grain of dust carried away by the wind, a temple emerged from solid basalt, not built upon it, but born from within it. The Kailasa temple at Ellora is less a structure than an excavation into belief itself. It was not assembled stone by stone but revealed through subtraction, as if the rock had been waiting for centuries to remember its shape. More than 200,000 tons of stone were carved away to expose the monument we see today, a complex of courtyards, colonnades, shrines, and corridors descending more than 100 feet into the mountain. The scale alone defies logic. Even if thousands of workers labored for decades, the precision of the result still raises questions. How did they align every surface, preserve proportion, and maintain symmetry without once stepping back to see the whole? When modern architects study the site, they often compare it to attempting to sculpt a cathedral by carving downward through the roof. The story of Kailasa belongs to the Rashtrakuta dynasty, a royal line that ruled much of Western India more than 1200 years ago. Its king, Krishna I, is credited with commissioning the temple around the 8th century. The intent was to create a replica of Mount Kailasa, the mythic home of Lord Shiva, a place described in ancient scriptures as the axis of the world, linking heaven and earth. To carve the mountain into its own likeness was an act both devotional and paradoxical, turning matter into myth by reshaping what already existed. The tools were simple: hammers, chisels, wedges, yet the methods remain elusive. The artisans began at the summit and worked their way down, removing material layer by layer. Unlike normal quarrying, where stone is cut into transportable blocks, everything here stayed in place. As they descended, they hollowed spaces for courtyards, stairs, and sanctuaries, leaving bridges of rock to serve as temporary scaffolds until the final forms were complete. It was a process requiring near-perfect foresight. Any mistake could not be corrected. Once cut, the line was permanent. What emerged from that effort is staggering in its complexity. The temple measures roughly 200 feet long, 100 feet wide, and 100 feet deep. Within this chasm stand sculpted elephants appearing to bear the weight of upper platforms, ornate pillars that seem separate but remain part of the same stone mass, and carved ceilings that mimic the delicacy of woodwork. It is not one structure but many, halls within halls, each more intricate than the last. The central shrine rises in the shape of a pyramid, crowned by a tower called a shikara. Around it, 2 floors of galleries curve like protective arms. Every wall is alive with carvings, gods, dancers, animals, mythic battles, and processions. Even the negative spaces are intentional, gaps shaped to frame light in precise patterns throughout the day. During sunrise, the first rays strike the statue of Shiva within the main sanctum, illuminating it through an opening aligned centuries ago. This interplay between light and design suggests a mathematical understanding of the sun's movement that rivals that of the ancient Egyptians or Greeks. But perhaps the most remarkable quality of Kailasa is coherence. Despite its massive scale, every proportion feels balanced, every angle purposeful. Engineers who have mapped the site using modern scanners note that its dimensions follow consistent ratios found in Indian sacred architecture derived from the mandala, the cosmic diagram believed to mirror the order of the universe. The builders translated spiritual geometry into literal stone. Legends about its creation carry the same sense of impossibility. One story tells of Queen Manikeshwari, who prayed to Shiva for her husband's recovery and vowed to build a temple if he survived. The king granted her wish, but she insisted it must be completed before she could break a fast. Hearing this, the chief architect began carving from the top of the mountain, promising to finish before her hunger overcame her. Within a week, the Shikara, the temple's crown, was revealed, satisfying her vow. Though symbolic, the legend captures the essence of the project: speed, devotion, and miraculous precision intertwined. Archaeological estimates suggest a more gradual process, yet even with generous timelines, the achievement remains daunting. Removing hundreds of thousands of tons of basalt by hand would require immense manpower and coordination. Some researchers estimate more than 7,000 laborers working continuously for 2 decades, though others argue that would not have been enough. No records detail how it was done. The stone holds the only testimony: tool marks running in parallel grooves, each about a finger's width apart, evidence of chisels moving in synchronized rhythm. The carvings themselves reveal a remarkable mastery of depth. Reliefs depicting scenes from the Ramayana and Mahabharata stretch across the walls, layered with such precision that each figure seems alive in motion. Unlike surface decorations added to buildings, these images were carved directly into the load-bearing walls. Every stroke risked damaging the entire structure, yet not a single misplaced blow is visible. The craftsmanship suggests teams working under strict hierarchies, master sculptors guiding apprentices through established sequences. Inside, the acoustics are perfect. A single chant reverberates throughout the chamber, rising toward the vaulted ceiling. The sound lingers just long enough to feel intentional, as though the temple was tuned like an instrument. Studies have shown that certain frequencies resonate particularly well within the stone, enhancing ritual chants and prayers. In ancient India, such harmony between architecture and sound was considered essential, a way to bring divine energy into physical form. When the site was rediscovered by early European explorers, many doubted the structure could be entirely monolithic. Some suspected hidden joins or separate masonry. Only detailed surveys in the 19th and 20th centuries confirmed what local scholars had always known. Kailasa was carved from a single piece of basalt, its base continuous with the bedrock below. The measurements stunned archaeologists. Even today, attempts to digitally model its excavation sequence reveal almost impossible logistics. To plan the negative space required an understanding of 3-dimensional mapping centuries ahead of its time. In a way, Kailasa rewrites the relationship between builder and material. Most architecture dominates its environment. This one collaborates with it. The mountain was not conquered but coaxed. Every surface still bears faint traces of chiseling, the rhythmic evidence of thousands of hands working toward a shared vision. The precision of alignment across courtyards and galleries implies continuous measurement, plumb lines perhaps, or shadow-based calibration. Yet no ancient texts mention such techniques. The builders left no manuals, only perfection. It is easy to imagine the scene during construction: dust filling the air, rhythmic strikes echoing off the pit walls, voices shouting above the din, each team carving its assigned portion. At some point, months or years later, the chaos would have given way to revelation, the shapes emerging, patterns aligning, the mountain beginning to resemble something divine. By the time the final sculptor set down his chisel, what remained was not a ruin of labor, but a testament to coordination rarely matched in human history. The temple's durability is as astonishing as its creation. Over 12 centuries of monsoon rains have fallen into the open courtyard, yet the carvings remain crisp. Earthquakes have shaken the Deccan Plateau, but the monolith has not fractured. Engineers attribute its resilience to the way weight is distributed through the rock. The base, walls, and roof form one continuous stress network, transferring load evenly through the unbroken stone. Nature itself reinforces the design. Despite its grandeur, Kailasa is not an isolated monument. It forms part of a continuum of Indian rock-cut architecture stretching back centuries, from the Buddhist Chaitya halls of Ajanta to the Jain temples of Gwalior. Yet even among them, it stands apart. Most earlier examples were carved horizontally into cliffs. This one defied gravity itself by descending vertically through the mountain. No other site of its kind approaches the same combination of scale, coherence, and precision. The details still astonish modern craftsmen. Stone lattice windows mimic the delicacy of wood carving. Pillars stand freestanding yet remain attached at their base and crown. Stairways spiral into the darkness with edges so sharp that they seem machined. Even the elephants sculpted around the courtyard, more than 24 in total, appear to bear structural weight, though they are purely decorative. This interplay between illusion and function shows an understanding of perspective centuries before European art embraced it. When archaeologists map the site using modern scanning, they find geometry hidden within geometry. The layout aligns along cardinal axes with near-perfect accuracy, while proportions within individual chambers adhere to harmonic ratios, 1:2, 2:3, 3:4, the same mathematical patterns found in ancient music theory. It's as if the temple was designed not only to house worship, but to embody rhythm itself. The surface artistry tells its own story. Scenes depict divine battles, cosmic dances, and celestial beings descending through clouds of stone. Each corner carries meaning. Lions guard thresholds, lotuses bloom across ceilings, deities stand poised in motion. Time seems frozen mid-narrative. The artisans were not merely decorating, they were encoding cosmology, turning myth into architecture. Kailasa also challenges the idea of isolated genius. No individual name survives. No architect's inscription, no sculptor's mark. The anonymity feels intentional. The work was collective, driven by faith rather than fame. That may explain its harmony. Every strike of the chisel aligned with purpose greater than personal recognition. What truly distinguishes Kailasa is how it reverses expectation. Most ruins tell stories of collapse. This one tells of revelation. It was created not by adding to the world, but by removing what was unnecessary. Each layer of stone stripped away brought the temple closer to completion, as though perfection existed from the beginning, waiting for the right hands to uncover it. For modern observers, it's difficult not to project mystery onto such mastery. Some have speculated about lost technologies, forgotten methods, or celestial guidance. Others insist human determination alone explains it. Perhaps both are true in their way. The builders of Kailasa possessed not machines, but imagination sharpened by devotion, a combination capable of transcending limitation. Standing within its courtyard today, surrounded by towering cliffs of carved rock, one senses how effort and belief merged into permanence. The temple does not feel like a ruin or relic. It feels awake, not through sound or motion, but through presence. Every surface tells of hands that once worked tirelessly, guided by visions we can only guess at. When the light fades across the plateau, the upper edges of the temple catch the last color of the sky while the courtyards below sink into dusk. The carvings soften, details blending into texture. Yet even as darkness gathers, the shape of the mountain remains visible. The original material still recognizable beneath the artistry. It's a reminder that the two were never separate. The mountain did not lose itself to creation. It became something greater by being reshaped. Kailasa endures as both structure and symbol, proof that impossibility is sometimes a matter of perspective. To call it forbidden is to acknowledge how little of its secret we truly grasp. The mountain still holds its silence. The tools that carved it are gone. The names of its creators have vanished into history. Yet their work continues to challenge certainty. If a civilization 12 centuries ago could turn stone into harmony, perhaps what we call limits are simply places where understanding has yet to arrive. The night settles softly over Ellora. The mountain fades into outline and the air cools around the basalt walls. What was once labor has become legend. What was faith has become form. The chisels are silent, but the mountain remains marked forever by the hands that dared to change it. Somewhere beyond its upper edge, another ancient structure waits, still holding its own impossible secret. For most of the year, Newgrange keeps its secret. Its long stone passage remains cloaked in darkness, the air inside cool and ancient, the walls marked by spirals and circles whose meanings have outlasted their makers. Then, for a few minutes on a single morning each winter, light returns. A beam of sun, low and gold, slips over the horizon and travels unerringly into the tomb's heart, touching the chamber floor that has waited in darkness for the rest of the year. The alignment is so precise that even a shift of 1 degree would break the effect. It is not an accident. It is design, one conceived more than 5,000 years ago by people who left no written word, yet understood time in a way few civilizations ever have. The monument stands on a rise in the Boyne Valley of Ireland, surrounded by fields and mist. From a distance, it looks like a simple mound, circular and grassy, its edges ringed with bright white quartz and dark basalt stones. Up close, its perfection reveals itself. The mound stretches over 80 meters across, covering a network of chambers and a narrow passage that runs deep into the earth. At its entrance, a single stone guards the doorway, carved with triple spirals, a design repeated nowhere else on Earth. Archaeologists call it Neolithic art. To others, it feels like language that never found letters. Newgrange predates the pyramids of Egypt and the stones of Stonehenge. Carbon dating places its construction around 3200 BCE, meaning it has stood for more than 5 millennia. Its builders belonged to a farming society that raised cattle, planted barley, and measured seasons not by clocks but by the movement of the sun. What they created was both tomb and calendar, a bridge between the physical and celestial worlds. The structure's precision continues to puzzle researchers. The entrance passage measures 19 meters long and slopes upward just enough to allow the light of the rising winter solstice sun to reach the inner chamber. Above the doorway lies a carefully shaped opening known as the roof box, positioned at an exact angle. For most of the year, sunlight misses it entirely, but for several mornings around December 21st, the sun's rays strike through the slot, glide along the corridor, and come to rest upon the central stone basin. The phenomenon lasts no more than 17 minutes. Then the chamber returns to blackness for another year. Modern observers witness this through computer models, lasers, and controlled measurements, but for the ancient builders, the effect was likely both cosmic and sacred. The winter solstice marked the sun's rebirth, the turning point after the longest night. To capture that moment in architecture was to claim dominion over time itself. The question of how they achieved such alignment without modern tools remains open. The builders of Newgrange had no compasses, metal instruments, or written schematics. They worked with stone, wood, and bone, guided by observation alone. Generations of watching the horizon, noting where the sun rose and fell, must have informed the design. They would have marked the point of the solstice sunrise year after year until certainty emerged. When the mound was built, its orientation was not guessed, it was earned. Construction required astonishing effort. More than 200,000 tons of stone were used, gathered from miles away. The quartz that forms the gleaming facade was transported from Wicklow, 70 kilometers to the south. The darker basalt came from the Mourne Mountains to the north. Without wheels or beasts of burden, the stones were dragged by human strength, floated on rafts along the River Boyne, and carried uphill. Some weigh over 10 tons each. The logistics suggest coordination on a scale rarely seen in prehistoric Europe. A community capable of planning, organization, and sustained labor over decades. Inside, the passage narrows to a chamber shaped like a cross, with 3 recesses branching from a central space. Each recess holds a large stone basin, likely used for offerings or cremated remains. The corbelled roof, built by stacking slabs of stone inward layer by layer, rises nearly 7 meters high and remains watertight after 5,000 years. No mortar binds it. Gravity alone holds it together. The technique anticipates architectural principles later formalized in classical civilizations. Yet here it appears fully realized, centuries before writing, metalwork, or the wheel reached Ireland. Every surface within the chamber carries markings. Spirals, chevrons, zigzags, and circles flow across the stones like an encoded map. Some seem to follow the direction of light, others repeat in symmetrical patterns. Whether they represent constellations, cycles of life, or purely decorative motifs remains uncertain. To touch them is to feel an intent deeper than ornament, a visual rhythm that might have mirrored the turning of seasons. When the tomb was rediscovered in the 17th century, it appeared as nothing more than a grassy hill. Farmers used its stones for fencing, unaware of what lay beneath. Only in the late 18th century did antiquarians begin to excavate, revealing the passage and carvings. Yet even then, the purpose of the roof box went unnoticed until the 1960s, when archaeologist Michael O'Kelly spent years studying the site. On the morning of December 21, 1967, he stood inside the chamber as the sun rose. At exactly 8:58 a.m., a beam of light entered through the roof box and traveled along the passage, illuminating the basin stone. It was the first time in modern history the phenomenon had been witnessed intentionally. O'Kelly later wrote that he felt as though he was seeing through the eyes of people 5 millennia gone. Since then, the solstice illumination has become one of the most coveted experiences in archaeology. Each year, thousands apply for a lottery, allowing a handful of people to stand inside during the brief minutes of sunlight. Cameras record every alignment. Astronomers track the precision. Despite minor shifts caused by Earth's axial changes, the effect remains astonishingly accurate. It is a message written in light, still functioning exactly as designed. What makes Newgrange forbidden, in the sense of mystery, is how easily it defies the categories we apply to ancient builders. It is older than civilization as we define it, predating writing, dynasties, and empire. Yet its creators achieved geometric accuracy measured in fractions of a degree. It is also art on a monumental scale, but one meant to be seen by almost no one. The inner carvings dwell in near darkness, visible only by torchlight, or for those few minutes each winter when sunlight reveals them. Some scholars propose that Newgrange served not merely as a tomb, but as a ritual gateway. The solstice light may have symbolized the return of life, connecting the living and the dead. The beam entering the chamber could represent the soul's passage to renewal, uniting cosmic cycles with human mortality. In that sense, the architecture functions as theology. The rebirth of the sun mirrored the rebirth of the spirit. Other theories reach further. Certain patterns within the carvings resemble star charts or lunar sequences. The triple spiral, Newgrange's most iconic motif, may encode astronomical cycles, representing the solar year, lunar month, and human lifespan as intertwined spirals of existence. Whether or not that interpretation is correct, it reflects the builder's preoccupation with movement and return. Nothing at Newgrange is static, even stone seems to flow. The mound itself forms part of a broader complex of Neolithic sites across the Boyne Valley, collectively known as Brú na Boyne. Nearby stand the monuments of Noth and Douth, each with its own passageways and carvings aligned to different solar events. Together, they form a prehistoric observatory, a landscape-sized instrument measuring the sky. The builders were not merely constructing tombs, they were mapping time. One of the more remarkable aspects of Newgrange is its acoustic design. Inside the chamber, sounds resonate for several seconds, creating a deep, almost musical reverberation. When low tones are sung or drummed, they amplify in waves, blending with the structure's natural geometry. Experiments suggest that specific frequencies, similar to human chanting, can produce standing waves of vibration within the chamber. Whether by accident or intention, the builders created a space that responds to sound as much as light. Despite centuries of study, we still know almost nothing about the people who built it. No names, no records, no language survive, only bones and stones. The dead placed within were cremated, a deliberate act of transformation, leaving behind fragments rather than bodies. The builders seemed to believe that destruction was part of creation, that fire and burial were linked. To them, Newgrange may have been less a resting place than a passage between forms of being. Standing outside on a winter morning, it's easy to imagine the ritual. Before dawn, a procession gathers along the valley, torches flickering against frost. Priests or elders take their place at the entrance, watching the horizon. As the first sliver of sun appears, a hush falls. Light touches the doorway, glides through the roof box, and spills into the inner chamber. For those few minutes, the tomb is no longer a tomb. It becomes the heart of the world, filled with the fire of the reborn sun. When the beam fades, the people return to their lives, carrying the promise of light within them. Modern technology can recreate the effect with artificial light, but never the feeling. To stand inside while the solstice sun enters is to feel both the vastness of time and its fragility, to realize that 5,000 years of winters have passed, and the same alignment still holds true. No empire lasts so long, no written record survives so well. Yet the stone passage of Newgrange continues to function, unbroken by centuries of change. Its builders vanished, their language lost, their gods unnamed, but through geometry, they ensured their presence. The alignment, the spirals, the careful construction, all of it says, we understood the world and we made it speak. In recent decades, archaeological reconstructions have restored much of Newgrange's outer appearance. The gleaming quartz facade, once scattered and fallen, now encircles the mound again, catching the light like snow. Critics debate whether this restoration reflects the original form, but even the argument underscores the monument's power. People still care how it looked, how it caught the sun, how it turned the year. Satellite imaging and subsurface radar have revealed further structures nearby, perhaps older, buried under fields. The valley may once have contained dozens of mounds, each aligned to specific celestial moments. If so, Newgrange was the centerpiece of a civilization whose calendar was written in stone and horizon. To visit today is to encounter contrast. Outside, tour groups and researchers move across paved paths, cameras in hand. Inside, time collapses. The air smells of earth and age. The stones glisten faintly with moisture. The spirals shimmer where light catches them, and the sense of scale diminishes until one feels suspended between eras. It is a reminder that progress is not always linear, that understanding once reached can be lost again. When the last sunlight of the solstice fades from the chamber, the interior returns to quiet darkness. The people leave, the door is closed, and the mound resumes its patient wait for another year. The precision that guides that single beam of light does not fail. Year after year, it finds its path as faithfully as it did when the world was young. What remains most extraordinary about Newgrange is not simply that it works, but that it was conceived at all. To imagine such alignment requires not only observation but imagination. The ability to link earth and sky, death and renewal, architecture and astronomy. It is the expression of a mind that saw time as a circle rather than a line. 5,000 years separate us from the people who built it, yet every December their monument performs the same act. It turns darkness into light. That is not mythology. That is engineering. That is faith translated into geometry. The sun will rise again tomorrow, as it always has. But for a few minutes each winter, it enters the stone heart of Ireland and proves that some knowledge, once found, never truly fades. Water still gathers inside the Osirion. Even after more than a century of excavation, its floor remains partly submerged, a pool that rises and recedes with the desert's groundwater. The reflection from that water doubles the pillars, turning the hall into an illusion. Stone above and stone below, one ancient structure mirrored by another. To stand before it is to confront a puzzle that refuses a single answer. The Osirion lies behind the temple of Seti I at Abydos, a name already heavy with history. For thousands of years, this site has been sacred to Osiris, the Egyptian god of death and resurrection. Pilgrims once came here believing it to be his burial place, a gateway between the worlds of the living and the dead. Yet when archaeologists uncovered the Osirion itself, they found something unexpected. A chamber built not in the refined style of Seti's New Kingdom temple above, but of vast granite blocks fitted with brutal simplicity, more like the megaliths of an earlier civilization than the carved elegance of later Egypt. The difference is immediate. The temple of Seti I is covered in inscriptions, reliefs, and polished columns that speak of ritual and dynasty. The Osirion carries none of that refinement. Its surfaces are bare, its scale overwhelming. Each stone weighs dozens of tons, some more than 100. They lock together with such precision that even modern instruments struggle to measure the gaps. To reach the chamber, one descends through a passageway cut into limestone, moving deeper until the air cools and the light fades. Then the granite appears, red, grey, and black, massive and silent, forming a hall unlike any other in Egypt. When archaeologists first entered it in the early 20th century, they were struck by its contrast to everything around it. Flinders Petrie, one of the early excavators, noted that it seemed older than the Temple of Seti above it, possibly built long before. Others argued it was simply a foundation structure, a symbolic tomb constructed by Seti's architects as a ritual space for Osiris. But questions multiplied. If it was meant as a symbolic tomb, why the engineering precision? Why the immense size of the blocks? And why does it sit nearly 20 feet lower than the surrounding complex, buried in ground that had already been ancient when Seti reigned? Over time, the debate became more intricate. Some proposed that the Osirion reused blocks from an earlier temple. Others claimed it was built intentionally to evoke antiquity, a deliberate archaism meant to associate Seti's reign with Egypt's mythical past. Yet the more it was studied, the less it fit into conventional timelines. The style of construction resembles that seen at Giza and in parts of the Valley Temple. Massive stone architecture from the Old Kingdom, more than 1,000 years before Seti's dynasty. Some surfaces even bear erosion patterns that suggest exposure to water long before the surrounding desert formed. To archaeologists, such details are clues, not evidence of lost civilizations. To others, they point towards something deeper, perhaps a remnant of an age that Egypt itself remembered only as myth. Zep Tepi, the first time when gods ruled on earth. The walls of the Osirion are carved not with reliefs, but with the names of those later kings who rediscovered it. Seti's own cartouches appear beside those of Ramesses II, as if both sought to claim what neither truly understood. The layout of the structure is simple, almost austere. A central hall, rectangular and sunken, is surrounded by a trench of water that isolates it like an island. Within that island stand 10 monolithic pillars arranged in 2 rows, supporting enormous lintels that span the chamber. Around the perimeter runs a corridor with smaller side chambers, their purpose still uncertain. The alignment is exact, oriented roughly east-west, and the symmetry feels mathematical, as though proportion itself carried meaning. When viewed from above, the design resembles a primordial temple, stripped of ornament, defined by balance and weight. It seems more like a monument to geometry than to worship. Yet its association with Osiris is unmistakable. In Egyptian belief, Osiris symbolized renewal, the cycle of death and rebirth mirrored by the flooding of the Nile. The water that now fills the Osirion may once have been part of its ritual purpose, reflecting the cosmic waters from which creation was thought to arise. Over time, as dynasties rose and fell, Abydos remained a pilgrimage center. The surrounding temples expanded, built layer upon layer over earlier sanctuaries. The Osirion became buried, forgotten, sealed beneath sand and later stone. For more than 3,000 years, it waited below the surface, its massive blocks preserved by their own weight. When excavators finally uncovered it in the early 1900s, they found the roof collapsed in places, the floor flooded, yet the granite itself intact, untouched by centuries. The precision of the work astonishes even now. Each block fits into its neighbor with joints so tight that not even a blade can pass between them. Tool marks are minimal, suggesting a technique designed for control rather than speed. Engineers examining the structure have noted that the granite's hardness would have made shaping it with copper or bronze tools nearly impossible. Modern diamond-tipped saws cut the same material today with difficulty, yet these ancient builders left surfaces so smooth they reflect light. Speculation thrives where evidence grows thin. Some researchers suggest the builders used dolerite pounding stones, harder than granite, capable of shaping it through sheer persistence. Others propose advanced abrasives like quartz sand. Both methods could work in theory, but neither explains the precision or uniformity achieved across the entire chamber. There are no half-finished sections, no visible errors. Everything was completed to the same degree of perfection. Inside, the atmosphere feels timeless. Sound moves differently here, caught between stone and water, creating a resonance that lingers. The hall's proportions amplify even the smallest movement. It's easy to imagine rituals once performed in this space. Processions, chants, or offerings carried across the raised platform that runs down the center of the chamber. The surrounding trench could have symbolized the celestial waters, separating the mortal from the divine. In later centuries, new inscriptions were carved onto the walls, but none describe the structure's creation. The builders of Seti's temple treated it as something already ancient, a relic to be honored rather than explained. In the myth of Osiris, death was never an end, but a transformation. Perhaps that same belief applied to architecture. Each new temple a resurrection of something older. Archaeologists working at the site in the modern era have mapped every block, measured every angle, and compared it to known construction techniques. The more they record, the more contradictions appear. The precision exceeds that of nearby monuments from the same period. The sheer volume of granite rivals the core masonry of the Great Pyramid. Yet no contemporary texts mention its construction, no quarries are recorded, and no intermediate stages survive. It seems to appear in history fully formed. Water continues to obscure the lower sections, fed by the high water table of the Nile Valley. During excavations in the early 20th century, pumps were installed to clear the chamber, but the flow never ceased. Each attempt to dry it revealed more of the same. Perfect blocks descending into darkness, forming walls that vanish below the waterline. The natural flooding has since been accepted as part of the site's preservation, a living reflection of the myth it represents. The granite itself came from Aswan, hundreds of miles to the south, the same source used for obelisks and sarcophagi throughout Egypt. Transporting such material would have required immense resources, river barges, ramps, and manpower. Yet again, no record mentions it. This silence leaves the Osirion adrift between categories, too refined to be primitive, too monumental to be symbolic, too mysterious to fit easily within history. Visitors who descend into its depths often describe a shift in perception. The transition from the decorated corridors of Seti's temple to the stark megalithic hall below feels like crossing epochs. One layer speaks of empire and theology, the other of origins older than writing. The stone itself communicates a kind of permanence language cannot match. Its weight becomes meaning. Theories about its age vary widely. Conventional archaeology places it within Seti's reign, around the 13th century BCE. Alternative views push it much further back, perhaps predating the dynastic period altogether. Supporters of the latter point to erosion marks that seem water-worn, arguing that such weathering could only have occurred during a wetter climate, thousands of years earlier. Critics counter that these marks are the result of groundwater over millennia, not ancient rainfall. The debate continues, unresolved. What cannot be denied is the difference in construction philosophy. The Assyrians' builders valued mass and endurance over decoration. Their language was proportion, their grammar weight. Every block, every joint conveys stability beyond ornament. Seti's craftsmen, by contrast, sought beauty through surface, color, inscription, refinement. One built for eternity, the other for remembrance. Together they form a dialogue between two ages, the remembered and the forgotten. The site has drawn its share of unconventional interpretations. Some claim it to be part of an antediluvian civilization, evidence of lost knowledge from a time before recorded history. Others see it as a symbolic echo of the primordial mound described in Egyptian cosmology, the first land to emerge from the waters of chaos. In that view, the Osirion is less a temple than a model of creation itself, built to remind humankind of its beginnings. For Egyptologists, such myths blur the line between metaphor and memory. The Egyptians themselves believed their earliest kings were divine beings who inherited the world directly from the gods. To build in imitation of that mythical age was an act of reverence. Whether the Osirion was truly older or simply inspired by older forms may never be proven, but its presence gave physical shape to the legend of the first time. The play of light within the chamber changes throughout the day. When sunlight filters through the entrance corridor, it strikes the granite in muted tones, highlighting the veins of red and black. Water reflects those colors upward, doubling the effect. At certain angles, the mirrored pillars appear endless, as if the structure extends beyond sight. That interplay of reflection and mass gives the place an atmosphere both real and unreal, a meeting point of earth and illusion. Unlike many ancient sites, the Osirion has never been fully restored or reconstructed. Its partial flooding prevents large-scale work, preserving its authenticity. The lack of restoration also contributes to its mystery. Visitors see it much as it was first uncovered: rough, immense, elemental. No paint, no plaster, no modern intervention disturbs the sense of raw antiquity. Standing among the pillars, one senses how little of Egypt's past is truly understood. The dynasties recorded their deeds in detail, yet the foundations upon which they built remain obscure. For every monument that proclaims its own date, another stands outside chronology, its purpose half remembered. The Osirion belongs to that latter category, a monument that refuses to declare its origin. Some archaeologists suggest that the site once formed part of a complex aligned to celestial markers, perhaps tracking the rising of Orion's belt or the star Sirius, both associated with Osiris. If true, this would place the Osirion within a wider network of sacred geometry spanning the Nile Valley. The Egyptians saw no separation between heaven and earth. To align stone with stars was to weave the universe into architecture. Even today, under electric lights and scaffolding, that connection remains palpable. The granite pillars rise from water like anchors of another age. The ceiling beams, each weighing dozens of tons, lie fractured yet unmoved. It feels less like ruins and more like a structure caught mid-transformation, as if time itself paused around it. The mystery of the Osirion persists not because of hidden chambers or undeciphered texts, but because of its simplicity. It is pure function expressed as form. Whether it was a tomb, a ritual center, or a relic from an earlier epoch, it continues to challenge the boundaries of what we assume ancient builders could achieve. Perhaps that is its real legacy. To remind us that history is not a straight line, but a series of rediscoveries. The Egyptians themselves built upon layers of memory, reaching backward toward origins they barely comprehended. In that way, the Osirion represents more than architecture. It embodies the human desire to return to beginnings. As night approaches, the last visitors leave the site. The wind moves through the upper temple, carrying the dry scent of stone. Below, the water of the Osirion remains still, mirroring the granite columns in perfect symmetry. No inscription names its maker, no text explains its meaning. It waits, as it has for ages, between revelation and mystery, a monument that seems less built than remembered. The sound begins before the chamber is seen. A low vibration, barely audible, rolls through the air, steady and physical, more felt than heard. Within seconds, it changes the rhythm of breath and heartbeat, not as a melody, but as a presence. That resonance defines the Hypogeum of Ħal Saflieni, one of the strangest structures ever carved by human hands. A labyrinth of stone buried beneath the streets of Paola, Malta, where sound itself becomes part of the architecture. Discovered by accident in 1902, the Hypogeum was first mistaken for a cistern. A worker laying foundations broke through the ceiling and found a hollow space below. What began as a small cavity soon opened into corridors, stairways, and chambers cut entirely from limestone. Over time, excavations revealed a structure descending more than 30 feet underground, covering 3 levels and stretching across thousands of square feet. Every wall, ceiling, and passageway had been carved without metal tools. Centuries before, written history on the island began. Carbon dating places its origin between 40 and 3300 BCE, contemporary with the earliest phases of Stonehenge and older than the pyramids of Giza. But while other megalithic sites of that era rise toward the sky, this one goes downward, as though its builders sought depth instead of height. It was not a tomb in the ordinary sense. It was a sanctuary, designed not just for the dead, but for transformation, of voice, of sound, of consciousness. Archaeologists divided the Hypogeum into 3 levels. the upper, middle, and lower chambers. Each differs in layout and acoustics, suggesting deliberate planning rather than expansion by chance. The upper level is simpler, roughly hewn rooms connected by short corridors, possibly used for initial ceremonies. The middle level is more refined, with curving walls and smooth surfaces that give the space an organic shape, like the inside of a shell. It contains the most famous feature of the complex, the Oracle Room, a small chamber that behaves like a natural amplifier. Inside this room, a person's voice, particularly a male one, resonates at around 110 Hz, a frequency that produces a deep vibration, felt through the bones rather than merely heard. When someone speaks or chants within it, the sound reverberates through the entire complex, filling each chamber with tone. Tests conducted by acoustic engineers in the late 20th century confirmed that this frequency is not random. The room's dimensions, its curved ceiling, its stone density, and its smooth finish create an ideal environment for amplification. The effect is immediate and uncanny. Voices merge with the structure itself, forming harmonics that seem to come from every direction at once. Researchers believe the builders understood these properties intuitively, through trial and ritual. They may not have spoken of resonance in scientific terms, but they built with an awareness of vibration. Sound in this place was not decoration, it was a doorway. The middle level also contains the so-called Holy of Holies, a chamber framed by trilithon-style doorways that mimic those of Malta's surface temples like Hypogeum and Ħal. The repetition of form suggests continuity between above-ground and underground worlds, as if one mirrored the other. Carvings on the walls depict spirals and circular motifs, symbols found throughout Malta's Neolithic art, representing cycles of life, death, and renewal. But deeper still lies the third level, a place of near darkness, where air grows heavy and sound seems to move slowly, like liquid. Archaeologists found deposits of red ochre, bone fragments, and small altars cut directly from the stone. This lowest level has no clear function, yet its atmosphere suggests purpose. To descend into it is to feel removed from ordinary reality. Even the air seems to vibrate differently, dense with moisture and echo. In total, more than 7,000 human remains were discovered within the Hypogeum. Men, women, and children interred over centuries, yet the number of artifacts found among them is minimal. No treasures, no hieroglyphs, no grand offerings. Only beads, figurines, and pottery fragments, often painted red. One of the most famous discoveries was a small sculpture known as the Sleeping Lady, depicting a reclining woman resting on her side, peaceful and still. Whether she represents death, sleep, or trance remains open to interpretation. Her form is soft, naturalistic, unlike the rigid figures of later civilizations. She seems at rest between worlds. What unites all these findings is an atmosphere of reverence rather than fear. The Hypogeum does not feel like a prison for the dead, it feels like a threshold, somewhere between burial and return. Archaeologists have proposed that it functioned as an initiation site or a temple of transformation, where participants underwent sensory rituals involving sound, darkness, and vibration. Experiments conducted by acoustic researchers have shown that sustained chanting at the 110 Hz frequency can affect human brain activity, producing states similar to meditation or trance. The resonance activates the parietal and temporal lobes, which are associated with sensory integration and self-perception. Within the Hypogeum, where every wall reflects and sustains that frequency, the effect would have been magnified. A single voice could fill the space, enveloping listeners in a field of sound that blurred the boundary between inner and outer experience. In such an environment, time may have felt suspended. The lack of natural light, the repetition of sound, and the weight of stone pressing from all sides could alter perception, inducing stillness or revelation. Whether by design or discovery, the builders created a chamber that interacts with human consciousness directly. The methods used to carve the Hypogeum remain partly unknown. The limestone of Malta is soft enough to shape with stone tools, yet the precision of the complex implies coordination and intent. Passages are level, doorways proportioned, curves symmetrical. The builders left no rough cuts, no tool marks deep enough to read. Every surface appears deliberate, as if guided by a long memory rather than trial and error. Malta's surface temples share this mastery. Across the island, sites like Tarxion and Gantia feature enormous stone slabs arranged in perfect balance, forming circular enclosures aligned to celestial events. These structures predate writing and metallurgy, yet display planning that required generations of observation. The Hypogeum fits within that same tradition, though it carries it inward into the Earth itself. When it was rediscovered in the early 20th century, the Hypogeum quickly became a subject of fascination and concern. Its delicate microclimate, cool, humid, and sealed from daylight, was disturbed by the presence of visitors. Within decades, the growth of microorganisms began to damage its surfaces. Authorities eventually limited access, allowing only a small number of people each day to enter. The interior was stabilized, the temperature monitored, and photography restricted to protect the pigment traces still visible on the walls. Among those traces are faint red ochre patterns, spirals, spots, and lattices painted over the stone. Though fragmentary, they hint at a once vibrant interior. Combined with the acoustic properties, these decorations suggest that ceremony within the Hypogeum was multisensory, color, sound, and vibration forming a single experience. The deeper one descends into its history, the less certain anything becomes. No texts describe its purpose, no descendants left explanations. When the prehistoric culture that built it vanished, their language and rituals vanished with them. Later inhabitants of Malta reused the site but did not replicate it. Even in antiquity, it was a relic of an older age. The resonance of the oracle room remains the most studied aspect. Sound engineers from various universities have mapped its frequencies using microphones and oscilloscopes to visualize how vibrations travel through the complex. Their results reveal a pattern of standing waves that distribute evenly across the central chambers, especially around 110 and 114 Hz. These frequencies correspond to the natural range of a deep human voice. In effect, the chamber amplifies the human body itself. What is remarkable is how consistently this acoustic tuning appears throughout the structure. Some chambers resonate at harmonic intervals of the main frequency, suggesting that the builders understood how shape influences sound. Curves, not angles, dominate the design. Even corners are rounded. Sound moves without sharp reflection, wrapping the listener in layers. To experience it is to feel the architecture as an instrument. Anthropologists studying trance rituals in different cultures have noted that similar frequencies, between 100 and 120 Hz, appear in drumming and chanting traditions worldwide. These sounds interact with the body's natural rhythms, creating sensations of vibration in the chest and skull. In the Hypogeum, that experience would have been multiplied by stone, water, and darkness. Some visitors report a sensation of pressure around the ears, as though the air itself thickens during sustained sound. Others describe a sense of expansion, as if the walls recede. These effects are not illusion, they are the physical consequences of resonance. The human ear perceives not only pitch, but energy. Within the Hypogeum, energy becomes architecture. The discovery of so many human remains raises questions about its dual purpose as both sanctuary and necropolis. The pattern of burials suggests ongoing use across generations, perhaps as part of a ritual cycle connecting the living to the ancestors. The acoustic qualities might have served to bridge that connection, voices of the living reaching toward the unseen through vibration. In that sense, the Hypogeum is less about death than communication. The architecture gives voice to the invisible, turning space itself into a medium. For those who built it, sound may have been the purest form of prayer, one that did not rely on words, only resonance. Modern researchers have attempted digital reconstructions to simulate its soundscape. By projecting tones through 3D models, they can recreate how chants would have moved through the chambers. The results confirm what visitors have long felt, that even a single syllable sustains for seconds, transforming into layers of harmonics that seem to come from beyond the speaker. It is, in effect, an acoustic illusion that makes the listener part of the structure's voice. When seen in this light, the Hypogeum becomes more than a monument. It becomes a record of human consciousness at its most experimental. The builders were not just engineers, they were researchers of perception. They discovered how stone, shape, and sound could work together to affect the mind. Today, visitors enter through controlled pathways. Light is dim, temperature steady, and silence enforced until guides demonstrate the resonance. The moment a tone is produced, conversation stops. The sound blooms outward, surrounding everyone, erasing direction. It is not loud, yet it fills every corner. When it fades, the quiet that follows feels vast, as if the space itself is catching its breath. The sensation lingers even after leaving. Above ground, the sunlight seems sharper, the world thinner. Perhaps that is part of the structure's design, to remind those who emerge that they have passed through something other than ordinary space. Some scholars argue that the Hypogeum represents humanity's earliest attempt to formalize altered states, a prehistoric science of consciousness. Others view it more simply as a ceremonial site honoring ancestors. Either way, its builders understood that architecture could change awareness. Few later cultures captured that insight with such purity. The Hypogeum's preservation is now a careful balance between curiosity and caution. Sensors monitor humidity. Only 10 visitors per hour are allowed. Yet despite restrictions, its power persists. Even recordings of its acoustics evoke the same sense of depth. The structure does not need grand explanation to remain extraordinary. It simply functions as it always has, shaping sound into experience. Among archaeologists, one idea persists quietly, that the Hypogeum represents a missing link between the architecture of stone and the architecture of the mind. Its builders carved not to create shelter or monument, but to create resonance, a condition of being rather than a place. The chambers are the physical manifestation of vibration itself. If this interpretation feels speculative, it may be because modern thought rarely grants such precision to ancient people. Yet their achievement is measurable. Frequencies, geometry, and spatial ratios align perfectly. They knew what they were doing, even if they expressed it through myth rather than formula. As dusk falls over Malta, the town above continues its ordinary life. Traffic, conversation, light. Few realize that beneath their feet lies an instrument older than writing, still capable of transforming the human voice into something unearthly. The Hypogeum remains sealed, its air heavy and cool, its walls listening as they always have. Within that underground world, every sound, past or present, stays suspended. The vibrations do not vanish. They fade slowly, absorbed by stone, waiting to be awakened again. Perhaps that is the true secret of the Hypogeum. It was never meant to hold bodies or artifacts, but frequencies. It was designed to remember sound long after those who made it were gone. The resonance continues, steady and low, a heartbeat that has lasted for 5,000 years. At the base of towering limestone cliffs, the desert forms a natural amphitheater. The air is still, the landscape harsh, yet from its heart rises a work of geometry so refined that it seems to defy the very terrain that birthed it. Tier upon tier of pale stone terraces climb upward in perfect symmetry, leading to colonnades that merge with the mountain behind them. This is the temple of Hatshepsut, Djeser, the Holy of Holies, one of Egypt's most extraordinary architectural achievements. It does not dominate the landscape by force. It harmonizes with it. The cliffs of Deir el-Bahari rise like a vast backdrop, their vertical lines echoed by the columns below. From a distance, the temple appears less constructed than revealed, as if drawn from the desert itself by precision rather than labor. Hatshepsut, the woman for whom it was built, ruled Egypt during the 18th dynasty, around 1500 BCE. Her reign was marked by prosperity, exploration, and architectural ambition. She declared herself pharaoh, a rare claim for a woman, and legitimized her rule by aligning herself with divine order. The temple that bears her name became her statement of eternity, a structure where art, mathematics, and faith converge. Unlike many mortuary temples built as enclosed sanctuaries, Djeser is open to the sky. Its design steps outward in terraces, connected by long ramps that draw the eye upward. Each level carries colonnades arranged with absolute balance. The result is both monumental and serene, a composition of repetition and light that changes with the time of day. The temple's architect was Senenmut, Hatshepsut's trusted advisor and steward of her grand projects. He was more than a builder, he was a visionary. To carve a structure into living rock and yet make it feel weightless required more than technical mastery. It required imagination, guided by purpose. He aligned the temple along an axis that connects it directly to the temple of Amun at Karnak across the Nile. On the winter solstice, the rising sun travels along this axis, illuminating the inner sanctuary. It is a precision so exact that modern instruments have confirmed its perfection after more than 3,000 years. To approach the temple in ancient times was to walk a journey of transformation. The processional way stretched from the valley floor to the entrance ramp, lined with gardens, pools, and sphinxes bearing Hatshepsut's likeness. Visitors would ascend the terraces one by one, each level bringing them closer to the sacred. The ascent was both physical and symbolic, from the realm of earth toward the domain of the gods. The first terrace served as a threshold, its open court surrounded by colonnades where murals depicted the wealth of Hatshepsut's reign. Here, reliefs showed scenes from her famous expedition to Punt, a trading voyage that brought incense, gold, and exotic plants to Egypt. The depiction of foreign lands, rendered with naturalistic detail, reflected a ruler who saw her power not as conquest but connection. The second terrace led to chapels dedicated to Hathor and Anubis, deities of fertility and the afterlife. The pillars here take on the forms of these gods, Hathor with her cow horns and solar disk, Anubis with the head of a jackal, blending architecture and theology into a single vision. The rhythm of their placement creates a visual pulse, a steady beat of columns leading toward the heart of the temple. The third and highest terrace held the main sanctuary, cut deep into the mountain. It was here that rituals for Hatshepsut's eternal life were performed, where priests invoked her union with Amun, the god who had granted her divine birth. Light from the solstice entered this space only once a year, striking the altar in a moment of cosmic alignment that fused heaven and earth. Each wall tells part of her story, not as biography, but as mythology. In one scene, Hatshepsut's divine conception is portrayed. Amun visits her mother in the form of her father, ensuring the pharaoh's legitimacy as god-born. In another, she stands crowned, embraced by deities who recognize her as rightful ruler. Through these narratives, the temple becomes not merely her tomb, but her argument, an enduring statement that she belonged among the gods. For centuries after her death, her successor Thutmose III sought to erase her from history. Her images were chiseled from walls, her name scratched from inscriptions. Yet the architecture itself could not be undone. The symmetry that defined Djeser remained intact, its proportions too perfect to destroy. Time damaged its surfaces, earthquakes shook its stones, yet the structure itself stood firm, as if geometry alone preserved her memory. Modern excavations have revealed the extraordinary engineering behind its grace. The terraces were not built as stacked platforms but carved directly into the rock face, their walls supported by retaining structures of limestone blocks. The ramps were carefully graded for both processions and drainage, ensuring that water would never erode the precision of their slopes. Beneath the floors, channels carried away rain from the cliffs above. Every aspect of the temple, from the angle of its ramps to the spacing of its columns, was governed by proportion. Egyptian builders followed sacred ratios based on the cubit, their unit of measurement tied to the human body and the geometry of the cosmos. Hatshepsut's temple exemplifies this principle to perfection. The spacing of the colonnades mirrors the rhythm of the cliffs behind them, a visual conversation between nature and design. The result is not dominance over the landscape, but collaboration with it. The coloration of the original temple must have transformed it completely. Traces of pigment reveal that it was once painted in vivid reds, blues, and golds. Columns gleamed with inscriptions, ceilings shimmered with stars. Time has stripped it of those colors, leaving only the pale stone, yet even in monochrome, the design conveys harmony. What remains feels timeless, reduced to pure form. Visitors today describe a stillness that feels deliberate, as though the architecture itself regulates time. The terraces capture the path of the sun, marking its movement with shadows that slide across the colonnades like water. At dawn, the cliffs reflect gold onto the facade. At dusk, the color reverses, The temple glows while the cliffs darken. It is a choreography between light and matter, rehearsed daily for millennia. The relationship between Hatshepsut and her architect Senenmut adds another layer of fascination. His name appears discreetly in several places within the complex, rare for a non-royal figure. Statues depict him cradling the young princess Neferura, suggesting his intimate role within the royal household. Some later legends hint at affection between ruler and builder, though no record confirms it. What endures instead is the shared vision between them, a harmony of intellect and ambition that gave birth to one of the greatest monuments of the ancient world. In its conception, Djeser embodies the Egyptian philosophy of Ma'at, balance, order, and truth. Every line reinforces another. Every measurement serves a purpose. To walk its terraces is to move through equilibrium itself. Where other mortuary temples might overwhelm with mass, this one persuades with proportion. Archaeologists working here in the 20th century uncovered fragments that revealed how much had been lost. Fragments of statues, remains of painted reliefs, offering tables, and fragments of limestone that once formed massive door frames. Over time, wind and flood buried much of it under layers of debris. Careful restoration has since returned its symmetry, though the original precision remains unmatched. The temple still reflects a mind that saw architecture as philosophy, the shaping of stone into meaning. Each solstice continues to mark its cosmic rhythm. On that day, light enters the sanctuary, tracing the same path it did in Hatshepsut's lifetime. It is a quiet phenomenon, unnoticed by most, yet perfectly aligned. In that instant, her vision repeats, the world realigned through the discipline of design. For those who visit, the approach remains as powerful as ever. Standing before the first terrace, the eye cannot help but follow the central ramp upward. The geometry directs attention without force, creating movement through proportion alone. Each terrace frames the next, leading inevitably toward the sanctuary, toward stillness. The temple's setting at Deir el-Bahari adds to its significance. It forms part of a sacred landscape along the west bank of the Nile, where many royal tombs and mortuary temples stand. Nearby lies the Valley of the Kings, where Hatshepsut herself was buried, and the temples of Thutmose III and Mentuhotep II, yet none rival hers in elegance. While others sought grandeur through mass, she sought it through alignment. Hatshepsut's reign remains a study in paradox, a woman ruling in a world of men, adopting male regalia while maintaining her identity as both king and queen. Her temple reflects that duality, strong yet graceful, mathematical yet lyrical. The facade repeats her image as Osiris, the god of resurrection, merging male and female, mortal and divine. To ancient Egyptians, such dualities were not contradictions, but balance. Hatshepsut's architecture made that balance visible. Every column, every stairway expressed harmony between opposites, life and death, sun and shadow, king and goddess. The temple was not just a monument to her reign, it was a model of how the universe itself should behave. In the centuries that followed, time did what politics could not. Earthquakes shattered sections, floods buried lower terraces, and stone was quarried for later buildings. Yet even in ruin, its perfection remains legible. When the Polish-Egyptian restoration team began work in the mid-20th century, they found that each surviving fragment fit within a precise grid. The geometry had preserved itself through destruction. Today, the reconstructed temple stands once again against the cliffs, its clean lines restored, its processional ramps reclaimed from sand. Visitors climb where priests once walked, retracing paths older than most recorded history. The effect is strangely familiar, as though the design anticipates human movement. It guides without instruction, leading the body toward balance. Standing on the upper terrace, one can feel how the desert breathes around it. The cliffs rise vertically, the sky expands horizontally, and between them the temple mediates. A bridge between forms. The sound of wind moves through the colonnades in rhythmic bursts, soft yet steady, as if the architecture itself exhaled. From this point, the Nile is invisible, but its presence can be felt beyond the horizon, completing the cycle of earth, water, and sky that defined Hatshepsut's world. Even stripped of color and ceremony, Djeser continues to communicate its original message: order as beauty, precision as faith. It is not only a place of the dead, but a statement about what the living can achieve through harmony. For all her erasures and restorations, Hatshepsut's legacy endures most clearly through geometry. Names can be destroyed, proportions cannot. The alignment of her temple, carved into stone and sun, continues to speak in the language of mathematics, the same language used by the cosmos itself. The desert around Deir el-Bahari remains harsh, yet the temple glows pale and smooth against it, as if untouched by the centuries. Its terraces climb toward the mountain like a hymn cast in limestone. No inscription declares its perfection, it simply demonstrates it. When evening falls, the sun drops behind the cliffs and the facade enters shadow. The light withdraws slowly, tracing the columns one last time before fading completely. The symmetry dissolves into darkness, but the structure remains, unshaken, balanced, eternal. Some monuments are remembered for their scale, others for their mystery. Hatshepsut's is remembered for its precision, a dialogue between human will and cosmic order that no later civilization has quite replicated. Long after her name was struck from walls, her temple kept speaking. Its stones still align with the solstice. Its terraces still rise in measured intervals. Its geometry still commands attention without demand. Perhaps that was her greatest achievement, to create something that required no explanation. It stands at the meeting point of art and astronomy, of earth and divinity, of ruler and architect. A statement in stone that outlived every attempt to silence it. And in the quiet hours before dawn, when the cliffs are still grey and the air carries the chill of the desert night, the first trace of sunlight touches the highest terrace, just as it did thousands of years ago. The temple awakens once more, precise, patient, and alive with light. The approach to the Treasury of Atreus begins with a slope of stone and earth that seems almost natural until the eye adjusts to its precision. A long passageway, called a dromos, stretches forward. 36 meters of perfectly laid stone blocks forming a gentle descent into darkness. The further one walks, the cooler the air becomes, until the sky narrows to a thin strip behind. Then, suddenly, the passage ends, and a doorway looms ahead, vast, geometric, and silent. Beyond it lies one of the most remarkable achievements of the Bronze Age, a tomb whose design defied time itself. The structure is part of the Mycenaean civilization, built around 1250 BCE during the height of its power. To the ancients, it was a royal resting place, a tholos, or beehive tomb, named much later after the legendary king Atreus, father of Agamemnon. Whether or not it ever held such a figure remains uncertain, but its scale leaves no doubt that whoever lay within commanded immense authority. The Treasury of Atreus is carved partly into a hillside near Mycenae, the fortress city whose ruins still overlook the plains of Argolis. From the outside, its mound appears modest, a grass-covered dome blending into the landscape. But step through the portal and the interior reveals an architecture so advanced that it challenges expectations of its era. The chamber inside rises to more than 40 feet, its walls curving upward in a perfect corbelled dome that has stood without support for over 3,000 years. Each layer of stone, or course, projects slightly inward from the one below it, forming a false arch that meets in a single circular apex. No mortar binds the blocks. Their stability depends entirely on precision, the weight of each pressing down in calculated harmony with the rest. The result is both strength and grace, an interior so well balanced that not a single stone has shifted significantly since the day it was placed. When first discovered in antiquity, the treasury astonished Greek travelers, who could not believe such craftsmanship belonged to an age before their own. Pausanias, writing in the 2nd century CE, described it with wonder, calling it among the finest works of architecture in Greece. Its survival through millennia, earthquakes, and weather bears witness to a mastery of engineering that few later cultures equaled. The entrance itself was once even more magnificent. The doorway, nearly 20 feet high, was framed by monolithic jambs of green limestone weighing several tons each. Above it rested a triangular opening, known as a relieving triangle, designed to divert weight away from the lintel. Into that space were once set slabs of colored stone, perhaps inlaid with bronze rosettes or spirals. The threshold, polished smooth by generations of feet, still shows traces of the bronze fittings that once held the double doors. To pass through would have been to move from daylight into the engineered calm of eternity. Inside, the dome's surface once gleamed with bronze decorations fixed into small holes that still mark the walls. Imagine the chamber lit by torchlight, every metal rosette reflecting gold and red, the pattern of light circling upward toward the apex. The sound of movement, even breath, would have carried upward and returned in soft delay, amplified by the shape. It is no accident. The acoustics here are deliberate, engineered through geometry long before the science of sound was formalized. To the Mycenaeans, death was not absence but transition. Their tombs reflected this belief through permanence. The corbelled dome created a space without corners, an unbroken continuum symbolizing eternity. The circular plan drew all attention toward the center, where offerings and ritual fires once stood. The effect on the living must have been profound. Within this vast hollow, sound and scale disoriented perception. A priest's chant would fill the dome evenly, voices circling back from every side until direction lost meaning. The construction process remains one of the most impressive feats of Bronze Age engineering. Archaeologists estimate that hundreds of workers would have been required to quarry, transport, and position the massive stones. The lower courses are made from blocks so large that their placement suggests mechanical assistance. Ramps, sledges, and ropes guided by teams who understood balance and counterweight. Each block was shaped to exact curvature, its surface smoothed so that no gaps weakened the structure. When the dome was complete, the outer surface was covered with earth, forming the mound that still conceals it from a distance. Beyond the main chamber lies a smaller side room, carved into the rock through a narrow passage. Its function remains uncertain, possibly for treasures, possibly for secondary burials, or perhaps for ritual preparation. It has none of the grandeur of the central space, yet its simplicity heightens the contrast, from monumental to intimate, from public to private. The Mycenaeans built at least 9 tholos tombs near Mycenae, each varying in size and refinement. The Treasury of Atreus, however, stands apart for its scale and precision. For more than 1,000 years, it remained the largest dome ever constructed. Not until the Roman Pantheon in the 2nd century CE did another surpass it in both height and diameter. That continuity, from Bronze Age Greece to Imperial Rome, reveals how deeply the principles of this architecture resonated across time. Yet its purpose was never solely technical. The structure embodies both mathematics and mythology. Its circular form mirrors the sun. Its alignment faces the setting light, as if welcoming the day's end. Death, for the Mycenaeans, was not finality but return, a descent toward renewal. The mound itself may have symbolized the womb of the earth, the tomb as birthplace of immortality. Archaeological excavations in the 19th and 20th centuries uncovered fragments of pottery, gold ornaments, and remnants of carved stone decoration, but no definitive burial remains. It is possible that the tomb was plundered in antiquity, its treasures long removed, its occupant lost to record. Yet even stripped of riches, the architecture remains treasure enough. Inside, the play of light changes with each hour. The narrow doorway allows only a limited beam, creating a soft gradient from brightness to dusk. Step a few paces inward and the outer world vanishes entirely. The eyes adjust slowly, outlines fade, leaving only shape and scale. Visitors today often describe a physical sensation of space pressing inward and upward at once, the paradox of vastness contained. The corbelled dome represents a turning point in human architecture, the moment when geometry began to transcend material. It bridges the gap between primitive piling and true vaulting. By stacking each course inward with exact proportional decrease, the builders created a self-supporting sphere from straight stones. The genius of this technique lies in its simplicity. It requires no binding material, only patience, precision, and an intuitive understanding of force. In cross-section, the treasury forms an almost perfect semicircle. The accuracy is astonishing when one considers the tools available. bronze chisels, stone hammers, and wooden levers. No standardized measurements survive from the period, yet the symmetry is within millimeters. The builders worked by sight, by feel, and by an understanding of balance learned through generations. Even the choice of location reflects careful thought. The hill above Mycenae was stable limestone, easy to cut, yet firm enough to hold shape. The tomb's axis points toward the plain, aligning with the distant horizon. From that vantage, the Mycenaeans could see the roads that connected their city to the rest of Greece, routes of trade, war, and legend. The tomb thus served not only as a resting place, but as a symbol of dominion. In Greek myth, Atreus was a king marked by tragedy, his lineage cursed with betrayal and revenge. His house, the Atreidae, became the backdrop for stories that defined classical literature. Though the treasury bears his name only by later association, the mythic weight suits it. The architecture itself feels fated, as if built to outlast even the stories attached to it. Over centuries, the tomb fell into ruinous neglect. Travelers of the Roman era marveled at its construction, but misunderstood its purpose, calling it a treasury rather than a tomb. The name endured. Local shepherds took shelter in its entrance, later explorers mapped its geometry, yet it never fully disappeared from memory. Its size kept it alive in legend, even as its origin faded into prehistory. During the excavations of the 19th century, archaeologists restored the entrance and cleared debris from the dromos. They found traces of ancient paving, remnants of decorative panels, and fragments of sculpted stone believed to have once adorned the facade. These pieces, now housed in museums, reveal patterns of spirals and rosettes similar to those seen in Mycenaean art, motifs that echoed the cycle of life and eternity. To stand inside today is to encounter engineering reduced to essence. No ornament, no inscription, no distraction, only structure. The eye follows the curve upward, tracing each course until it converges at the small circular capstone far above. That stone, the keystone of illusion though not of arch, locks the entire system in equilibrium. Remove it, and the structure might collapse, yet it has held for 30 centuries without shift. Sound behaves strangely within the dome. A voice carries evenly, returning from all sides at once. The effect is neither echo nor reverberation, but balance, a sonic sphere that mirrors the visual one. Even the smallest noise feels deliberate. This acoustic clarity would have heightened ritual ceremonies, emphasizing the spoken word as both offering and command. Archaeologists have debated how the builders achieved such perfection. Some believe wooden scaffolds were erected as temporary supports during construction, each layer laid from within as the dome rose. Others suggest the use of earth ramps, filled and compacted as work advanced, then removed once the structure closed. The precision required to maintain curvature through either method is extraordinary. No written instructions survive, yet the result speaks with absolute confidence. Outside, the dromos forms its own architectural statement. Its sloping walls converge slightly, leading the visitor's gaze toward the entrance like the vanishing lines of a corridor in perspective. This passage transforms the approach into ritual, a movement from light to shadow, from life toward eternity. The same design appears in other Mycenaean tombs, but none match the grandeur of this one. Rainwater drains along hidden channels cut into the base of the walls, protecting the tomb from erosion. Even after millennia, these systems still function. The Mycenaeans built for permanence, using design as defense. What remains most impressive is not size, but restraint. The Treasury of Atreus achieves awe through proportion, not decoration. Every angle, every joint serves the whole. In that sense, it anticipates the architectural philosophies of later civilizations, the Roman vaults, the Gothic cathedral domes, even the modern preference for pure form. It represents an early moment when humanity learned to balance aesthetics and physics into a single principle. The tomb's survival has also preserved something less tangible, a sense of order carried through chaos. In an age defined by war and collapse, this structure endured quietly, indifferent to empire and ruin. Its geometry, once calculated by hands long vanished, continues to hold against time. At sunset, the hillside above glows amber and the dromos catches the last of the light. For a few moments, the doorway becomes a frame of gold. Then, as the sun dips, the passage falls into darkness again. A rhythm older than any empire. No inscription names its maker. No record tells who was buried within. Yet the structure speaks in its own language: weight, balance, and precision. It proves that even without writing, knowledge can be preserved in stone. Inside, the air is cool and dry, carrying the faint scent of earth and limestone. The circle above seems to float rather than press down. Visitors linger longer than they expect, reluctant to leave the equilibrium the architecture creates. Outside, the world feels disorderly by comparison. Perhaps that is why it still captivates. The Treasury of Atreus is less a tomb than a statement about permanence. The idea that human intention, properly measured, can defy decay. Its design is both simple and unfathomable, a paradox of effort made invisible. In a world where so much of the ancient past has vanished, this structure remains intact, continuing to do exactly what it was built for: to hold space, to contain silence, to prove that mastery need not be loud. The doorway waits at the end of the passage, its dark frame receding into dusk. Step through, and the air changes again, warmer, louder, filled with the sound of wind and distance. The hillside behind closes over the chamber like a lid. Within it, the dome continues its quiet work, holding its curve, holding its breath, marking another day added to 3,000 years of balance. The first sign of the tunnel came from a void on a scanner, an absence where the ground should have been solid. Archaeologists had been mapping the area beneath the Temple of the Feathered Serpent when the instruments registered a long, narrow gap running straight toward the heart of the pyramid. It was 2003 when the team began to dig, carefully, layer by layer, through centuries of earth. What they uncovered would become one of the most astonishing finds in Mesoamerican archaeology, an underground world sealed since antiquity, filled with offerings meant to represent the cosmos itself. The Temple of the Feathered Serpent, known today as Teotihuacan's third Great Pyramid, stands near the center of the ancient city, northeast of modern-day Mexico City. It is smaller than the nearby pyramids of the Sun and the Moon, but infinitely more intricate. Each level is lined with carved stone heads, serpents emerging from stylized seashells, their bodies winding through the facade like ripples on water. Between them are masks thought to depict another deity, possibly Tlaloc, the god of rain. Together, they form a repeating pattern of scales, fangs, and eyes, an architecture of movement, frozen in stone. When Teotihuacan flourished between the 1st and 7th centuries CE, this pyramid was the city's spiritual core. Here, rituals of power and creation unfolded in front of crowds that may have numbered in the tens of thousands. Excavations in the early 20th century revealed rows of skeletons buried beneath the structure, warriors, attendants, perhaps sacrifices, arranged in deliberate symmetry. But the discovery of the tunnel, nearly 2 millennia later, changed everything. The passage extends nearly 100 meters under the temple, sloping gently downward before branching into 3 chambers. Its walls were carved from volcanic rock and then coated in powdered pyrite, a mineral that sparkles when struck by light. Early explorers described the effect as standing inside a cave of stars. It is a detail both symbolic and technical. Pyrite mirrors the night sky, reflecting the heavens into the underworld. At the time of its discovery, the tunnel was completely sealed by rubble. The Teotihuacanos themselves had closed it deliberately, sometime around the 3rd century CE, filling the entrance with stones before abandoning the city centuries later. Opening it again required years of micro-excavation, dust sifted with brushes, walls reinforced with braces, every movement documented. Within the first few meters, archaeologists began to find offerings: seashells from distant coasts, carved jade figures, obsidian blades, and fragments of pottery. The further they went, the more abundant and varied the objects became, as though each step toward the center descended deeper into symbolic space. Teotihuacan's builders conceived of the world in layers: sky above, earth in the middle, underworld below. The temple and its tunnel mirrored this vision precisely. The pyramid's terraces represented the heavens, its plaza the human plane, and the tunnel the watery realm of creation. According to later Aztec belief, the gods descended into such a place to form the new world after each cosmic cycle. Whether the Teotihuacanos shared that exact mythology is uncertain, but their architecture suggests a similar cosmology. The pyramid was not only a monument, it was a model of the universe. As the excavation advanced, the team used small drones and remote cameras to map the chamber ahead. The air inside was heavy and motionless. When the final stones were removed, the first light in 17 centuries fell across hundreds of thousands of artifacts. Miniature mountains carved from jade, rivers of obsidian knives, piles of conch shells glistening with calcite. Among them were wooden figures painted with cinnabar, their arms extended as if in offering. Every object seemed to belong to a design greater than itself, positioned to represent stars, rivers, or sacred geography. Tests later showed that many of the artifacts had been coated with liquid mercury, a substance rare and dangerous but valued in Mesoamerican ritual for its reflective surface. Pools of mercury found near the chamber's end shimmered like still water, creating the illusion of a subterranean lake. Some researchers interpret this as a symbolic underworld river the path souls were believed to cross after death. Others see it as a representation of the cosmic waters from which creation emerged. Whatever its meaning, the detail shows an understanding of material unlike anything expected from the period. The number of offerings astonished archaeologists. More than 100,000 individual objects were catalogued from the tunnel, each placed with care, each part of a ritual choreography. Animal remains, including jaguars, eagles, and serpents, were discovered alongside human sacrifices. One chamber held bundles of human hair tied with string. Another contained statues arranged as if participating in ceremony. The density of objects increased near the end of the passage, culminating in 3 sealed chambers believed to represent the womb of the earth. Inside those final spaces were miniature landscapes made of stone and crystal. Mountains of jade stood beside carved rivers of pyrite, while tiny figurines, each less than a hand's height, populated the terrain. They faced the entrance in rows, their eyes inlaid with obsidian. The arrangement felt purposeful, an echo of the city above, perhaps even a replica of it. If Teotihuacan was the world, then this tunnel was its reflection, a universe within a universe. Unlike many ancient structures, the Temple of the Feathered Serpent was never associated with a single ruler. No royal tombs have been found, no inscriptions naming kings. The city itself seems to have functioned through collective power rather than monarchy. The pyramid's rituals likely served the state as a whole, a place where offerings were made to renew cosmic order rather than glorify individuals. That difference sets Teotihuacan apart from contemporary civilizations like Egypt or Mesopotamia. Here, the gods overshadowed the rulers, not the reverse. The temple's exterior reveals this same balance between unity and complexity. 6 stepped platforms rise from the plaza, each decorated with alternating serpent and mask reliefs. Archaeologists once debated whether these masks depict the storm god or a war deity. Both interpretations carry meaning. Rain and war, fertility and sacrifice, 2 forces necessary for renewal. Each serpent winds through a carved shell motif, symbolizing water and birth, while its open mouth releases another head, perhaps representing life emerging from chaos. When sunlight moves across the facade, the serpents seem to shift. Their scales catch the light differently at each hour, creating a slow illusion of motion. The effect must have been striking during rituals, when fires and torches cast flickering patterns across the stone. Processions of priests likely climbed the stairways, their garments shimmering with feathers, their chants resonating against the pyramid's carved faces. Music, incense, and sacrifice blended into one continuous act of devotion. Beneath all this, the tunnel mirrored the performance. Offerings buried below echoed the ceremonies above, binding both realms through symmetry. The ancient builders appeared to believe that what happened on the surface must also happen in the underworld. By arranging their temple in this vertical duality, they built an instrument of cosmic resonance, a mechanism through which the human and divine could meet. Centuries later, when the Aztecs rediscovered Teotihuacan, they called it the place where gods were made. To them, the city was already ancient, its origins lost to myth. They walked its abandoned avenues, believing it to be the birthplace of the fifth sun, the current world age. Standing before the feathered serpent pyramid, they imagined creation replaying endlessly, each cycle beginning and ending in the same sacred space. Modern excavation continues to reveal how deliberate that vision was. Ground-penetrating radar has shown that the pyramid aligns not only with celestial points, but also with the water table beneath the valley. This combination of sky and ground alignment reinforces the idea of the temple as a bridge between realms. The Mesoamerican worldview saw no separation between cosmic and earthly. Each mirrored the other in constant motion. During the excavation, archaeologists had to work within extreme constraints. The tunnel's air carried traces of ancient molds, and the walls were fragile from centuries of moisture. Each artifact was lifted with brushes and tweezers, documented under controlled light. It took more than a decade to reach the final chambers, moving no more than a few meters each season. The process itself became a modern ritual of patience and precision. When the discoveries were first displayed, the public reacted with disbelief. Mercury pools shimmering like mirrors, jade mountains arranged like miniature worlds. These details seemed almost fictional, yet every measurement confirmed their authenticity. Radiocarbon analysis dated the tunnel's closure to around 200 CE, nearly 2,000 years ago. The engineering that created it remains unmatched among pre-Columbian sites. Some researchers suggest the tunnel once led to a royal tomb that was later looted or intentionally left empty. Others argue it was never meant to contain a body at all, that the offerings themselves were the sacrifice. In this interpretation, the structure served as a symbolic engine of renewal, feeding energy to the cosmos through ritual deposition. The repeated layering of offerings over time would have represented ongoing communication between people and gods. Inside the main chamber, archaeologists found traces of pyrite dust on the floor, suggesting that the space once shimmered when torches were lit. The combination of metallic surfaces, mirrored mercury, and carved stone would have created a surreal environment, light reflecting endlessly, direction dissolving. To anyone standing there, the sensation must have been overwhelming, as if floating inside a world without gravity. No written record survives from Teotihuacan to explain its religion in words. Yet through architecture, the message remains clear: order through duality, life through sacrifice, creation through destruction. Every structure in the city participates in that logic. The Temple of the Sun mirrors the heavens, the Temple of the Moon faces the sacred mountain, and the feathered serpent unites them both through descent. It represents the world turned inward, a passage from the seen to the unseen. Even today, visitors who descend into the restored sections of the tunnel describe a feeling unlike any other archaeological site. The air is heavy with mineral scent. The walls glitter faintly under artificial light. Each footstep seems to absorb sound, as though the space were swallowing time itself. The temperature remains constant, unchanged by the centuries above. Standing inside, one becomes aware of how the ancient builders manipulated every sensory detail. Darkness to heighten vision, enclosure to amplify sound, reflection to multiply light. These were not accidental effects, they were tools for transformation. To enter the tunnel was to leave the ordinary world behind, to step into myth. The discovery of this underground universe has reshaped how historians view Teotihuacan. It demonstrates that the city's architects possessed a sophisticated grasp of symbolic geometry and material science. They understood how minerals interacted with light, how acoustics altered perception, and how spatial design could guide human consciousness. Their construction was not trial and error, it was deliberate expression. Today, much of the tunnel remains closed to preserve its fragile contents. Sensors monitor humidity, temperature, and vibration. Only a few researchers are allowed entry each year. Yet even through photographs and reconstructions, the place communicates its message. The pyrite dust still glints under flashlight beams. The jade still glows green through centuries of soil. Nothing within feels random. Each object, no matter how small, holds its position like a note in a forgotten symphony. As night falls over Teotihuacan, the modern city beyond its boundaries flickers with electric light. The old pyramid sits quiet, its carvings weathered yet clear, its tunnel sealed again for protection. Above, the same stars that guided its builders still move across the sky in measured paths. The alignment remains perfect. To look at the temple now is to glimpse how ancient minds translated cosmos into stone. Its stairways reach upward toward the heavens, but its soul lies underground, where mercury once shimmered like water and the bones of offerings rested among jewels. A universe built in reverse, heaven below, earth above. Perhaps that was the purpose all along, to remind those who entered that creation begins in darkness, not light. That the world is born from what cannot be seen, and that understanding requires descent before ascent. The people of Teotihuacan built this truth into their architecture, sealing it away so it would survive when words failed. Even now, the tunnel holds its secrets. Instruments can measure its depth, cameras can map its walls, but the meaning of its arrangement remains an enigma. Some things were built to be experienced, not explained. The feathered serpent still guards its underworld, patient as ever, while the city around it fades and returns to dust. Far below its carved facade, the mercury remains at rest, unbroken after 2 millennia, liquid light trapped in darkness, waiting for no one. At the southern edge of ancient Egypt, 4 colossal faces look out across the desert. Each measures 65 feet from crown to chin, carved directly from the living rock. Their gaze is fixed toward the horizon, toward the lands that once marked Egypt's border with Nubia. This is the great temple of Abu Simbel, a monument to both divine authority and celestial precision, cut into stone more than 3,000 years ago under the reign of Ramesses II. The facade commands attention before a single step is taken. Seated statues of the pharaoh dominate the cliff face, each identical in pose and expression. They wear the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt, their hands resting calmly on their knees, their forms massive yet balanced. Between their legs, smaller figures appear, queens, children, and deities, their size reduced not by insignificance, but by hierarchy. The temple proclaims order through proportion, the human scale aligned beneath the divine. From a distance, the figures seem part of the mountain itself. Only upon approach does their detail emerge. The folds of the headdress, the curve of the lips, the faint carving of inscriptions that record Ramesses' titles and victories. Time has worn the edges, but not the intent. Even eroded, they radiate control. The entrance lies between the 2 central statues, marked by a doorway that once framed banners and incense smoke. Step inside, and the world changes. The heat of the desert gives way to cool air, the brightness of the sun replaced by darkness that feels measured, deliberate. The interior stretches back through chambers aligned on a single axis. Columns shaped like Osiris stand against the walls, their crossed arms holding the crook and flail, symbols of kingship and eternity. Each column bears the likeness of Ramesses again, multiplied through space as if to ensure his presence in every direction. At the far end lies the sanctuary, a small chamber cut deep into the rock. Inside sit 4 seated figures, Ra-Horachti, Amun-Ra, Ramesses himself, and Ptah, the god of the underworld. For most of the year, this room rests in shadow. But twice annually, once around February 22nd and again on October 22nd, sunlight travels the entire length of the temple's interior, illuminating 3 of the statues while leaving the 4th in darkness. That exclusion is no accident. Ptah, as Lord of the Underworld, was meant to remain untouched by light. The other 3, deities of creation and the king deified among them, received the sun's full radiance, marking the rhythm of both season and state. Whether those dates correspond to Ramesses' coronation and birthday, as later scholars suggest, or to agricultural cycles tied to the Nile's flooding, the precision is extraordinary. The alignment required to achieve it remains one of ancient Egypt's most remarkable feats of engineering. To modern engineers, the temple's orientation still defies easy explanation. The builders worked without compasses or advanced surveying instruments, yet the corridor runs almost perfectly east to west, angled just enough that the rising sun enters at the precise azimuth twice a year. Over centuries, slight shifts in the Earth's axial tilt have altered the timing by a single day, a margin so small it underscores the builder's accuracy. When sunlight enters the temple, it travels silently across the floor, a golden beam piercing the darkness. The ray touches the doorway, slides across the first hall, and advances toward the sanctuary like a slow procession. Dust motes rise in the air, suspended in the glow. As the beam reaches the statues, light covers 3 faces, leaving one in shadow. For 20 minutes, the alignment holds before withdrawing. In that brief moment, architecture, astronomy, and theology become one. The construction of Abu Simbel began around 1264 BCE, during the height of Ramesses's reign. It took roughly 20 years to complete. The site was chosen not only for its symbolism, but also for its geography. The sandstone cliffs offered both solidity and visibility. The temple could serve as both a monument and a message to anyone approaching Egypt from the south. The project required thousands of laborers, artists, and engineers, all working under royal supervision. Each chamber was hewn directly into the rock, the interior carved from a single mass rather than built with blocks. Craftsmen used copper and bronze chisels, pounding stones, and fire-setting techniques to fracture the rock before smoothing it with sand. The precision of the cuts suggests a level of coordination beyond simple manual labor. Markings on the walls indicate the use of string grids and measured ratios, evidence of a mathematical system guiding every step. What makes the temple unique among Egypt's monuments is its dual nature, both architectural and geological. It is sculpture and space at once. The same rock that forms the mountain forms the ceiling above the sanctuary. No boundary separates the artificial from the natural. This continuity embodied Egyptian belief that the pharaoh, as divine ruler, was part of the order that shaped the universe itself. Inside, the walls are covered with reliefs depicting scenes of conquest and ceremony. The Battle of Kadesh, fought against the Hittites, unfolds in grand narrative. Chariots racing, soldiers falling, the pharaoh towering above them in his chariot, bow drawn. Though the battle ended without decisive victory, the inscription declares triumph. In the language of stone, perception mattered more than outcome. To read these carvings is to read power translated into image, the ruler as eternal, the moment fixed beyond time. The temple complex at Abu Simbel includes a smaller structure nearby, the Temple of Hathor, dedicated to Ramesses' Queen Nefertari. There, 6 statues stand at the facade, 4 of the king and 2 of the queen, equal in height, a gesture of reverence rare in Egyptian art. Yet it is the great temple that remains the masterpiece, not merely for its scale, but for its alignment with the sun. In the 20th century, the temple faced a second creation. When the Aswan High Dam was built in the 1960s, the rising waters of Lake Nasser threatened to submerge Abu Simbel completely. An international effort led by UNESCO undertook the unprecedented task of relocating the entire monument. Between 1964 and 1968, engineers cut the temple into more than 1,000 blocks, each weighing up to 30 tons, and reassembled them 200 feet higher on an artificial hill. To preserve the solar alignment, the new site was oriented with meticulous care. Engineers calculated the original angles and recreated them using precise surveying instruments. The relocation remains one of the greatest achievements of modern archaeology, a rescue that mirrored the genius of the original builders. Visitors today approach through the same desert path travelers once followed millennia ago. The statues rise suddenly from the landscape, their scale defying expectation. The surrounding sand absorbs sound, leaving only wind and distance. Inside, temperature and quiet persist. Artificial lighting now allows visitors to see details once lost in shadow, but the moment of sunlight striking the sanctuary remains sacred. Each February and October, people gather before dawn to witness the beam enter once more. Cameras flash, yet the ancient rhythm continues untouched. The architectural plan of the temple follows a progression from the external to the eternal. The first hall, the hypostyle, represents the world of the living, filled with scenes of military strength. The second hall narrows, emphasizing religious ritual. The sanctuary at the end embodies divine union. This gradual contraction of space guides perception. Each chamber feels deeper, more enclosed, more sacred. The experience of walking inward is one of transformation, from subject to supplicant to participant in the eternal order. Even the ceiling contributes to the symbolism. In the outer halls, it is decorated with vultures representing protection. Deeper within, stars replace them, marking the passage from earth to sky. The transition happens gradually, so that visitors do not notice until they look upward and realize they are standing under a carved night. For the ancient Egyptians, such details were not aesthetic choices, but expressions of Mat, the principle of balance and truth. Every measurement, every proportion carried spiritual weight. The temple's geometry reinforced the stability of the cosmos. The pharaoh's presence within ensured its continuity. Archaeologists studying tool marks at Abu Simbel have found evidence of an organized workforce operating in teams. Quarrying, rough cutting, finishing, and painting were separate stages managed by overseers. The coordination required for such precision speaks to an advanced administrative system. Inscriptions left by the workers, some playful, some reverent, reveal pride in their labor. The temple was not just a royal command, but a shared act of devotion. Color once covered everything. Traces of pigment remain on the statues and walls, reds, blues, and yellows that would have glowed under torchlight. Time and wind have stripped them, leaving bare stone, yet the remnants confirm that the temple was once vibrant, alive with hue. Light interacting with color, color with form. These elements combined to create a sensory world now mostly vanished. The precision of the solar event continues to fascinate scientists. Modern simulations confirm that, at the time of its construction, the sunrise alignment matched perfectly with the temple's axis. Small variations over millennia are explained by precession, the slow wobble of Earth's axis. That the ancient builders accounted for this motion, even indirectly, shows observational skill on a near-modern scale. Beyond its technical mastery, Abu Simbel represents an ideology cast in stone. Ramesses built many monuments, but none match this in synthesis. The temple declares that human authority and cosmic order are inseparable, that the ruler's power is validated by alignment with the universe itself. Each year, when sunlight enters the sanctuary, it reenacts that idea. Light touches God, God touches King, and the cycle begins again. During the relocation, engineers reconstructed this relationship down to the minute. The beam of sunlight still enters at dawn on the appointed days, striking the same 3 statues. To those who witness it, the experience feels like communication across time. The ancient architects and modern engineers joined in collaboration. Within the sanctuary, the air remains motionless. Visitors speak quietly without being asked to. The space itself demands restraint. The faces of the statues are calm, their features simplified but expressive, geometry refined into presence. In that still light, the boundary between stone and divinity dissolves. Outside, the cliffs of Abu Simbel absorb the day's heat. By afternoon, the statues seem almost alive in their golden hue. At dusk, the temperature falls and the carvings shift to grey. The desert's silence returns, vast and impersonal. Yet even in darkness, the temple's alignment continues unseen, waiting for the next solstice, the next turning of the sun. The persistence of this monument tells a story beyond kings and gods. It reveals a civilization that measured time through architecture, that sought permanence through precision rather than size alone. The Egyptians understood that to control light was to master eternity. They built Abu Simbel not merely to impress, but to synchronize their world with the cosmos. In that sense, the temple functions like a clock made of stone, one that marks not hours, but ages. Its shadow and light record the passage of millennia with the same patience as the river below. Every sunrise across its facade, every beam that enters its chamber, repeats the same conversation between sky and earth. Standing before it today, it is easy to forget that all of this was nearly lost beneath the waters of a modern dam. The relocation preserved not just a monument, but a language of alignment, a dialogue between past and present. Each year when the sunlight finds its mark again, it confirms that the conversation continues. The great temple of Abu Simbel remains a masterpiece of purpose, carved from mountain, guided by sun, and built to speak across time. It stands not as a relic, but as proof that human precision, when driven by faith and mathematics alike, can reach beyond its own age. Far to the south, the Nile bends gently around the cliffs. The water reflects the faint outline of the statues as dusk deepens to blue. The stars begin to appear, the same ones the builders once charted, the same ones that set their calculations in motion. The desert quiets completely, the light fades, and the faces of Ramesses disappear into night. Yet when the sun returns, it will find them again, waiting, aligned, unerring as ever. If one could measure belief, it might look like symmetry, perfect balance, neither side dominant, neither diminished, just two halves locked in perpetual accord. That is the logic behind one of Egypt's most unusual structures, the Temple of Kom Ombo. It is not a single monument, but two, bound by geometry and purpose. Its dual sanctuaries, identical in dimension yet distinct in meaning, reflect a civilization that saw divinity not in singularity but in correspondence. To stand before its facade is to face a question carved into stone: can harmony exist between opposites? The builders of Kom Ombo answered yes, and they expressed it with mathematics. The entire complex was designed as a mirror. Each column, wall, and chamber has its twin. Each god has his counterpart. The lines of symmetry extend from foundation to inscription, creating a visual argument for balance, a cosmic equation written in sandstone. No other Egyptian temple achieves this degree of mirrored design. Most sacred structures celebrated a single deity, with hierarchy expressed through progression. Outer courts for the public, inner sanctums for priests, and the holiest chambers for gods. Kom Ombo refuses hierarchy. It divides its sacred path into two parallel routes that move side by side, never intersecting yet always equal. One belongs to Horus the Elder, the falcon-headed god of order and the sky. The other to Sobek, the crocodile lord of strength and fertility. Each receives offerings, rituals, and praise, two destinies unfolding together in harmony. The structure was begun under Ptolemy VI around the 2nd century BCE. This period, known as the Ptolemaic era, brought Greek rulers into Egypt's long tradition of monument building. Yet unlike the classical symmetry of Greek temples, which followed rigid numerical proportion, Kom Ombo's symmetry carries symbolic intent. It is not simply architecture, it is theology turned spatial. Archaeologists who mapped the temple's floor plan found that its alignment follows a central axis of exact proportion. Every chamber on one side has an equivalent on the other. The smallest decorative details, reliefs, columns, even the number of steps leading to the sanctuaries, are balanced across this invisible dividing line. The layout forms a bilateral system, perfectly mirrored east to west. This degree of precision, achieved without modern measuring tools, required mastery over surveying, measurement, and geometric projection. The process likely began with the laying of a master line on the stone platform. Builders would have used ropes stretched taut between wooden pegs, marking each interval through repetitive calibration under sunlight. What resulted is a plan so even that minor deviations, measured today with laser equipment, rarely exceed a few centimeters. It is architectural choreography executed with near-modern discipline. Kom Ombo is more than a technical accomplishment. It embodies the ancient Egyptian understanding of duality, that existence itself depends on equilibrium between contrasting forces, light and darkness, life and death, chaos and order, each held meaning only through the other. Sobek and Horus embody that dynamic. Sobek, the power of untamed nature, represented the fertility of the waters and the danger that came with it. Horus, disciplined and celestial, ruled from the skies, his falcon form surveying the world below. To unite them in one sacred space was to affirm the unity of chaos and control, of instinct and intellect. Inside the hypostyle hall, 20 columns rise in 2 rows, their capitals adorned with lotus and papyrus designs. The arrangement reinforces the dual motif, lotus symbolizing Upper Egypt, papyrus representing Lower Egypt. To move between them feels like walking through a living metaphor of unity. Sunlight filters across the carved reliefs, revealing pairs of priests offering identical gifts to both gods. On one wall, Sobek receives wine, flowers, and incense. On the opposite wall, Horus receives the same, his falcon eyes carved with serene precision. The inscriptions themselves carry a fascinating secret of design. Hieroglyphic lines are reversed on each side, mirrored both textually and thematically. To read them properly, one must face the corresponding deity, reinforcing that this is a temple of reflection, not subordination. The priests serving each god would have entered through separate doors, performed mirrored rituals, and emerged to meet in the central court, a ritual dialogue enacted through movement. For those who served here, every gesture had its counterpart. When an offering was lifted to one altar, another was raised on the other side. The smoke of incense coiled upward in twin spirals, drifting toward the same open sky. This repetition was not redundancy, it was a statement of completeness. Over time, the temple evolved through additions by later Ptolemaic and Roman rulers. Ptolemy XII, father of Cleopatra, expanded the forecourt and added decorative reliefs depicting surgical instruments, scalpels, hooks, forceps, carved with stunning accuracy. Scholars believe these represent the temple's association with healing, a function tied to both Sobek's regenerative power and Horus's protective strength. The carvings show that this was not just a place of worship, but also a center of medical learning. Archaeological evidence supports that interpretation. Excavations uncovered drainage channels, basins, and chambers consistent with ritual purification and treatment practices. The temple may have hosted priests, physicians who studied anatomy and performed early forms of healing ceremonies. This synthesis of religion and medicine reinforces the temple's central theme, that duality produces balance, body and spirit, physical and divine. The architecture supports that function. Its courtyards were designed to capture airflow, keeping interior chambers cool even under the harsh Egyptian sun. The stone ceilings are cut with slight curvature, dispersing weight while preserving acoustics that carry softly through the halls. Spoken prayers echo evenly across both halves, balanced in resonance like the gods they honored. Beyond the main sanctuary, smaller rooms radiate outward. Treasuries, offering chambers, and storerooms, all arranged symmetrically. Even staircases ascend in mirrored fashion. The precision suggests an architectural philosophy rooted not just in aesthetics, but in metaphysical thought. The temple acts as a physical manifestation of Ma'at, the principle of universal balance that governed Egyptian cosmology. Every ratio, every repeated line expresses the order underlying creation itself. Outside the temple walls, archaeologists uncovered a curious structure, a small pool believed to have housed sacred crocodiles. Mummified remains of these animals were later discovered nearby, preserved in remarkable condition. They were offerings to Sobek, creatures once feared and revered, transformed into divine symbols. Today, several of these crocodile mummies are displayed in the adjacent Kom Ombo Museum, their scaled forms wrapped in linen and sealed with bitumen, each labeled with care. The presence of such relics lends a strange tenderness to the temple's dual identity, ferocity tamed into devotion. But Kom Ombo's genius lies not in ornamentation, but in its logic. Modern architects studying its plan note that its proportional symmetry anticipates mathematical principles centuries before formal geometry was codified in the West. Ratios within the temple correspond to harmonic intervals similar to those used in classical architecture, relationships between width, height, and depth that produce visual equilibrium. Yet here, they were applied not to achieve aesthetic serenity, but to express divine equivalence. The temple's builders achieved a kind of philosophical architecture. Every stone serves both structure and meaning. The mirrored layout represents an abstract truth rendered physical, that opposition does not require conflict, and that dual forces can coexist without hierarchy. In that sense, Kom Ombo reflects an intellectual tradition shared across ancient Egypt, one that saw the material world as an echo of the spiritual. Traces of paint once covered its surfaces. Blue, red, and gold pigments adorned the columns and lintels, turning the temple into a luminous field of symmetry under sunlight. The colors have faded, but even now, The carved lines maintain a visual rhythm that feels almost musical. Each relief, each curve of stone participates in a greater harmony, a silent notation of cosmic order. Over centuries, the temple suffered from erosion, floods, and earthquakes. Many upper sections collapsed, and parts of the foundation were swept away. Yet its geometry remains intact, visible in the preserved lower walls and colonnades. Modern restoration efforts have stabilized much of the structure, allowing visitors to walk through both sanctuaries again. Even in ruin, the symmetry persists. At certain times of day, when sunlight strikes the western columns, a faint optical effect appears. The shadows of the pillars fall across the dividing line, merging briefly before separating again as the light shifts. To those who stand watching, the scene feels intentional, as if the temple itself performs the balance it once symbolized. For centuries, local communities drew meaning from this dual structure. Pilgrims came seeking blessings from both gods, believing that invoking Sobek's raw power without Horus's reason would lead to imbalance. The priests maintained rituals that complemented each other precisely, their chants overlapping at calculated intervals. It is said that even offerings were prepared in matched quantities, weighed and measured to maintain divine parity. When scholars rediscovered the temple during the 19th century, its state of decay did not obscure its underlying design. The French archaeologist Auguste Mariette described it as a dialogue of stone, noting how each element seemed to respond to its counterpart. His sketches remain among the most accurate depictions of its original plan, confirming that symmetry defined not only its layout but its worldview. What fascinates modern researchers most is how this structure, conceived 2 millennia ago, mirrors scientific concepts of balance later articulated in physics and mathematics. The Egyptians, through intuition and observation, perceived symmetry as a universal constant. Their temples, aligned with stars and solstices, embodied laws that science would later define in equations. Kom Ombo exemplifies that insight more clearly than any other. It transforms geometry into theology. As daylight wanes, the architecture changes character. The carvings soften under the low sun, and the paired sanctuaries begin to glow with a gentle uniformity. Visitors walking through the halls often describe an uncanny calm, as if the air itself obeyed the balance of the stones. Each step feels measured. Each corridor flows effortlessly into its twin. The effect is neither dramatic nor mystical. It is rational serenity, an equilibrium so precise it quiets the mind. The enduring mystery of Kom Ombo is not how it was built, but why it was conceived in this way. Most Egyptian temples celebrated unity through hierarchy, gods above men, pharaohs above subjects, heaven above earth. Here, the divine is presented as relational. The temple proposes that divinity is not singular, but dual, defined by cooperation rather than dominance. It's a vision of harmony rare in ancient theology, expressed not through words but through plan and proportion. In the modern era, the temple continues to teach balance. Architects study it for its structural symmetry, historians for its symbolic meaning, travelers for its tranquil beauty. Yet all three perspectives converge on one truth. Kom Ombo remains complete not because it survived, but because it was designed never to lose its equilibrium. To walk its corridors today is to sense that balance still active, like an unseen current running through the stone. Each side mirrors the other, yet something new exists between them. A space of reconciliation, where duality finds peace. The temple's geometry becomes more than ancient engineering. It becomes philosophy made visible. Time has altered its surface, but not its structure. The stones have lost their color, yet they still hold their measure. The carvings have faded, yet their symmetry remains flawless. What was once a temple for gods now feels like a meditation for humanity, an enduring reminder that perfection, when achieved through balance, transcends age. No monument expresses equilibrium as elegantly as Kom Ombo. It is a building that listens to itself. Its two sanctuaries, identical and opposing, maintain a quiet dialogue across 2,000 years. Between them lies not emptiness but meaning, the center line where opposites meet, where harmony becomes eternal. When the last light of the day slips across its columns, Both sanctuaries brighten together, each reflecting the other's glow. The alignment remains perfect, as it has since the first stone was set. The temple keeps its symmetry still. They say the Pyramid of the Magician was not built by men at all. It appeared, complete, in a single night, a monument summoned out of darkness by a being who could shape stone with song. That is the story told by the Maya of Uxmal, passed down for generations. According to legend, a woman found an egg one morning among the roots of a saber tree. From that egg hatched a child who grew not by years but by days. Within a week, the child could speak. Within a month, he could command the earth. When the rulers of Uxmal challenged his power, he promised to prove his strength by building a pyramid before sunrise. By dawn, the great structure stood complete. The people named it the Pyramid of the Magician. To the modern visitor, the myth feels inevitable. The building looks impossible. Its base is not square like other Maya pyramids but elliptical, curving upward in a way that seems to resist geometry itself. The sides are steep, rising to more than 100 feet, their surfaces shaped with such precision that a hand run along the stone meets no break. At the summit rests a temple framed by serpent-headed masks of the rain god Chaak. The first impression is not height, but movement. The pyramid seems to flow upward rather than climb. Its rounded base softens the lines of the steps, giving the entire monument a sense of momentum, as if caught halfway between the earth and the sky. No other structure in the Maya world shares its proportions. Archaeologists studying the site have found that its curve follows a logarithmic pattern closer to natural forms, seashells, whirlpools, or the spiral of a galaxy, than to traditional architecture. That shape affects more than appearance. It changes sound. Stand before the staircase and clap your hands once. The echo that returns is not random. It transforms into a short, rising chirp, a perfect imitation of the call of the Quetzal, the sacred bird of the Maya. The same effect occurs at Chichen Itza, though there it was achieved through stepped resonance. Here, the rounded base creates a smoother reflection, amplifying and modulating frequencies so precisely that modern acousticians have compared it to a tuned instrument. Sound was not decoration for the Maya. It was a link to the divine. Ceremonies performed at Uxmal likely used rhythm and voice as architectural tools, the temple becoming a kind of resonant chamber between worlds. The pyramid's acoustics could magnify chants, drums, and conch shells, turning ritual into vibration. To speak before its staircase was to have one's words carried upward, folded into the air. Archaeological evidence suggests the pyramid was built in 5 successive stages, each enclosing the one before it. Excavations reveal earlier temples sealed within later shells, like nested offerings. The earliest layer may date to the 6th century CE, though legends push its origins further back into mythic time. Each new phase refined its curvature, adapting form to both ritual and celestial function. The orientation of the upper temple aligns with the setting sun on the summer solstice, light striking through its doorway for only a few moments before vanishing. The masonry is remarkably advanced. The stones fit together without mortar, their faces polished smooth. The elliptical base required calculations far beyond simple measurement. Builders would have had to adjust every course of masonry incrementally to maintain curvature, a task modern engineers describe as nearly impossible without constant resurveying. Yet the ancient masons achieved it with basic sightlines, chords, and experience passed down through generations. The name Uxmal means built 3 times, though it may refer to cycles of renewal rather than literal reconstruction. The city flourished between the 9th and 10th centuries, its architecture characterized by elaborate mosaic facades and harmonious proportions. Unlike many other Maya centers dominated by warfare or ritual bloodshed, Uxmal appears oriented toward astronomy, fertility, and the rhythm of seasons. The Pyramid of the Magician stands at its heart, not a fortress, but a calendar carved in stone. Its unusual form may have practical origins as well. The elliptical plan distributes weight differently than a rectangular pyramid, allowing greater height with less mass. This design also improves acoustic projection, focusing sound along the main stairway. Modern measurements confirm that certain frequencies resonate between the base and summit like notes between drumheads. To the Maya, who associated music with life and time, such resonance would have been sacred proof that the structure lived. Approaching the pyramid today, the climb begins at a steep incline. The steps are narrow, forcing balance and awareness. Halfway up, the wind changes character, steady, low, constant, an environmental reminder of elevation. At the top, the view opens across the city, the nunnery quadrangle, the governor's palace, the remnants of ball courts and terraces. From here, the pyramid's rounded base is invisible. The world below feels distant, replaced by sky and horizon. Excavations by early explorers brought both wonder and speculation. In the 19th century, the British traveller John Lloyd Stephens described the structure as a work beyond comprehension. His companion, the illustrator Frederick Catherwood, captured it in detailed lithographs that introduced Uxmal to the Western world. They were struck by the craftsmanship, the precision of the staircases, the sculpted chaak masks, the refinement of line, qualities that challenged European assumptions about the capabilities of pre-Columbian builders. Later research revealed that the legend of its creation, while mythical, reflects real aspects of Maya cosmology. The magician or dwarf of the story represents a liminal figure, part human, part divine, who mediates between worlds. His overnight construction symbolizes the sudden manifestation of order from chaos, mirroring creation myths in which sound and word call the universe into being. In that sense, the story is less about magic and more about architecture as divine speech. The acoustics strengthen that interpretation. Experiments conducted in recent decades show that the pyramid's primary resonance falls near frequencies produced by the human male voice during chanting. When tones around 120 Hz are emitted, they reflect upward and return amplified. Inside the upper temple, the same tones create standing waves that cause the floor to vibrate faintly. Such effects could induce trance states during ritual, aligning with reports of vibration-based spiritual practices in ancient Mesoamerica. Unlike later colonial myths that separated myth from structure, the Maya saw no such divide. To them, a building was alive, a participant in ceremony, capable of responding. The Pyramid of the Magician embodies that belief more clearly than any other monument in the region. Its curved profile, aligned acoustics, and layered history suggest an understanding of form that merged science and spirit seamlessly. Beneath its base, archaeologists discovered offerings of obsidian blades, shell ornaments, and figurines representing animals of the underworld. These were placed to consecrate each phase of construction. Some of the shells originate from coastal regions hundreds of miles away, indicating networks of exchange and pilgrimage. The arrangement of the offerings follows radial symmetry, mirroring the circular shape of the foundation. Even in what cannot be seen, the builders preserved balance. The pyramid's outermost temple, built during the late Classic period, displays decorative motifs typical of Puuc architecture. Geometric latticework, serpentine borders, and masks of chaak stacked vertically along the corners. The eyes and fangs of these masks, carved in deep relief, catch the sunlight at different times of day, giving the impression of movement. To the ancient observer, the god was alive, blinking, breathing, watching. While most Maya pyramids served as both tombs and altars, no burial has ever been found within this one. Its function appears to have been ritual rather than funerary, perhaps associated with initiation or prophecy. Some scholars suggest it acted as an acoustic oracle, where priests used resonance to speak on behalf of deities. Others see it as a symbolic mountain, a representation of the cosmic axis that connects the underworld, earth, and heavens. The truth may be both. Time altered Uxmal's fortune. By the 13th century, its power waned. The city was gradually abandoned, though never forgotten. Local communities continued to venerate the pyramid from a distance, preserving its legend even as jungle reclaimed the site. When the first European explorers arrived many centuries later, they found the monument almost intact, its stones weathered but stable, its symmetry undisturbed. Restoration work in the 20th century uncovered the multiple construction layers, each remarkably preserved within the next. Unlike most stepped pyramids, which erode unevenly, the magician's rounded contour disperses rainwater naturally, protecting the inner cores. That simple physical advantage may explain its survival more than any legend. Yet the myth remains inseparable from the structure because both express the same idea: creation as act, as sound, as emergence. At dusk, the pyramid takes on a different personality. The light bends across its surface, revealing gradients of orange and violet. Bats circle above, their calls scattering through the acoustically perfect air. Tourists who linger until evening notice that every noise, a footstep, a camera shutter, a murmur, returns transformed, softened, as if absorbed by something aware. The site feels attentive, like a being listening to itself. The legend of its single-night creation, when read metaphorically, describes precisely that sensation. The instant of dawn following the magician's labor is the moment sound becomes structure, vibration solidified. Whether or not a supernatural hand shaped the stones, the pyramid behaves as though it remembers the sound that built it. In a modern acoustic study, engineers used directional microphones to map the reflections across its surface. They discovered that the echoes form a spiral pattern rising toward the top, matching the pyramid's visual curve. This discovery suggests that its designers understood, consciously or not, how shape channels sound. Such awareness implies experimentation and accumulated knowledge, not coincidence. The Maya engineers were manipulating physics long before it had a name. Standing at the foot of the staircase, one can test it. A single soft clap releases a note that leaps, flutters, and vanishes. The Quetzal's voice, a bright melodic chirp, returns from the stone, unchanged by centuries. It lasts only an instant, but that instant feels suspended, as if time folds with the sound. To those who believe the pyramid was born from music, that moment is proof enough. The upper temple still aligns with the stars that guided the ancient priests. At certain times of year, Venus rises directly above it, its light reflected faintly on the polished stones. The Maya considered Venus a marker of renewal, the planet associated with transformation and cycles. The same theme pervades Uxmal's art, from serpent motifs to the spiral of the pyramid's plan. Everything returns, everything changes, everything repeats. What strikes most visitors is not grandeur but proportion. The pyramid's height and base create a ratio close to the golden mean, a relationship that appears in nature and in classical architecture centuries later. Whether intentional or intuitive, the harmony of its dimensions creates immediate calm. Even those unaware of geometry sense it subconsciously. The building feels right, as if designed to match human perception itself. At night, when the stars emerge, the curve of the temple blends with the horizon. From a distance, the silhouette seems almost fluid, merging with the constellations it once measured. Archaeologists have noted alignments between the site and major celestial points, particularly the setting of the Pleiades. For the Maya, these stars marked agricultural cycles and ceremonial timing. The pyramid thus served as both observatory and altar, translating cosmic order into architectural form. Thousands of years separate the myth of the magician from the scientific explanations of today, yet both describe the same miracle: that stone can hold frequency, that geometry can create music, that human intention can reach upward through structure. The pyramid does not defy physics, it perfects it. When one stands before it now, surrounded by the quiet hum of the Yucatan's insects and the soft rhythm of wind across limestone, the ancient story no longer feels distant, it feels descriptive. The monument might not have risen in a single night, but it contains the essence of that instant, the moment something imagined becomes real. The Pyramid of the Magician remains the signature of Uxmal, elegant, improbable, precise. Its design bridges myth and mathematics with equal confidence. Its sound continues to answer those who call to it. Whether built by divine command or by human brilliance, it achieves what every great structure seeks: permanence through harmony. Even after centuries of decay, its surfaces sing. The sound of chisels once filled the gorge of Ajanta, not the mechanical rhythm of industry, but a slow, deliberate cadence. Each strike measured, each flake of stone a step toward revelation. For centuries, this music of hammer and hand transformed a sheer wall of basalt into sanctuaries of astonishing complexity. The Ajanta Caves are less a construction than an excavation of devotion created from the top down, their forms coaxed from darkness rather than built into light. There are 30 in all, monasteries, chapels, and halls, each one connected yet distinct. They stretch along a horseshoe-shaped cliff that bends around a narrow river in western India. When viewed from above, the line of caves resembles an enormous crescent, like the arc of a moon set against volcanic stone. From below, the sight feels impossible. Intricate facades, pillars, and windows cut directly into the rock face, suspended above the valley. The oldest caves date back to the 2nd century before Christ, belonging to an early Buddhist tradition known as the Hinayana. These early sanctuaries are austere, their halls plain, their ceilings smooth and unadorned. Centuries later, during the 5th and 6th centuries after Christ, new artisans arrived, working under royal patronage from the Vakataka dynasty. Their approach was entirely different. The later caves burst with color, sculpture, and ornament, transforming bare basalt into a universe of art. No mortar, no separate blocks. The builders of Ajanta carved downward from the cliff's face, removing material as they went, following pre-drawn outlines sketched on the rock itself. One error could have ruined an entire chamber, yet they achieved mathematical precision, aligning columns, doorways, and vaults without the benefit of modern instruments. The masons worked with iron hammers and chisels, guided only by experience and light reflected from polished metal mirrors. Inside, the walls bloom with paintings that still retain their vitality after 15 centuries. Scenes from the Jataka tales, stories of the Buddha's previous lives, unfold in sequences across the plastered surfaces. The pigments were made from natural minerals, red ochre, lapis, malachite, and yellow clay mixed with animal glue. Even in dim light, the figures breathe with motion. Kings, monks, elephants, celestial beings, all rendered with empathy rather than grandeur. The painters understood proportion and perspective intuitively, creating depth through line and shadow without formal geometry. Each cave served a distinct function. Some were viharas, monastic residences with cells arranged around a central hall. Others were chaityas, prayer halls containing stupas for circumambulation. The Great Cave 19, one of the finest examples, features a vaulted ceiling carved to resemble wooden beams, a stone translation of earlier timber structures. Its facade bears an intricate horseshoe arch, its interior a rhythmic forest of columns leading toward the central stupa. When the sun reaches a certain angle, light enters the doorway and touches the carved Buddha seated before it, illuminating his face in a moment of deliberate design. Archaeologists studying the caves often remark on their acoustic harmony. The stone surfaces, though rough to the touch, scatter sound in even diffusion. Chants once carried clearly from one end of the hall to the other, sustained without echo. In the darker caves, oil lamps would have created a soft, golden atmosphere, the flicker of flame playing across murals that depicted enlightenment, compassion, and impermanence. The experience was less architectural spectacle than sensory immersion, an entire environment designed to evoke calm awareness. The act of carving these spaces was itself a form of meditation. Each chisel mark repeated the doctrine of patience, discipline, and mindfulness. The workers, many of them monks or artisans dedicated to the Sangha, spent decades on a single chamber. Generations may have lived and died completing one facade. Time at Ajanta was not measured by years, but by progress through stone. Unlike freestanding temples that rise toward heaven, Ajanta retreats inward. Its beauty lies in subtraction, the removal of material until only purpose remains. This method, carving from top to bottom, required extraordinary foresight. The artisans began with the roof, then worked downward, sculpting pillars and walls as they advanced. Any miscalculation risked collapse, yet the result is seamless. Each chamber feels natural, as if the mountain had always contained it, and the workers merely revealed what was already there. One of the most extraordinary features is Cave 1, a later vihara from the 5th century after Christ. Its doorway is flanked by guardian figures carved in deep relief, and within lies a monumental seated Buddha framed by attendants and celestial motifs. The walls are covered in paintings of royal processions, palace scenes, and stories of compassion rendered with psychological subtlety rare for the ancient world. Scholars note that the eyes of the figures follow the viewer, a technique that predates Renaissance perspective by a millennium. The creation of these caves coincided with a flourishing of Buddhist thought. As the religion evolved from its early simplicity toward Mahayana philosophy, its art expanded to express complex spiritual ideals. The Ajanta murals mark that transition. They move from narrative storytelling to symbolic representation, where the physical form of the Buddha becomes a metaphor for awakening itself. Every line, curve, and pigment participates in that spiritual message. To modern visitors, the atmosphere feels otherworldly, yet grounded. The temperature inside remains constant even under the heat of an Indian summer. Moisture from the river below keeps the air cool, preserving the ancient pigments. The smell of damp stone mingles with traces of clay and dust, an aroma unchanged for centuries. Walking through the halls, one senses not ruin but endurance, a living continuity between maker and observer. The rediscovery of Ajanta in the 19th century reads like a tale of chance. In the year 1819, a British officer named John Smith was hunting tigers in the region when he stumbled upon a hidden opening in the cliff. Inside, he found a carved hall with murals dimly visible under layers of soot and bat droppings. What he glimpsed that day would later be recognized as one of the greatest artistic treasures of antiquity. His name, carved crudely into a wall of Cave 10, remains visible today, a mark of colonial intrusion amid sacred art. Restoration efforts began decades later, though early attempts often caused more harm than preservation. Some paintings were damaged by varnish or exposure to sunlight. Only in the 20th century did conservation techniques stabilize the fragile pigments. Infrared imaging has since revealed underlying sketches beneath the surface layers, showing that the painters planned compositions meticulously before applying color. Beyond aesthetics, Ajanta provides invaluable historical data. Inscriptions found within the caves mention kings, merchants, and donors, revealing a network of patronage that linked spiritual devotion to social and economic life. The funding of cave construction was seen as a merit-making act, securing blessings both in this life and the next. This collective effort, monks, craftsmen, and patrons working together, transformed the site into a communal expression of faith. Technically, the achievement remains staggering. Carving basalt, one of the hardest volcanic rocks, with simple iron tools required endurance and precision. The workers exploited natural fissures to guide their chisels, striking in rhythmic cycles to prevent cracking. Even the smallest details, lotus petals, drapery folds, the texture of hair, were executed without separate sculptural blocks. The mountain itself became canvas, wall, and sanctuary at once. In recent years, scientists have studied the microclimate of the caves to understand how the pigments survived. The basalt absorbs moisture slowly and releases it evenly, preventing rapid expansion or contraction. This geological stability, combined with the cave's limited exposure to wind and sunlight, created near-perfect conservation conditions. It is a case where nature collaborated with human intention, preserving art through equilibrium. Among the most striking murals is the depiction of the Bodhisattva Padmapani in Cave 1. The figure holds a lotus, his expression serene yet compassionate, his jewelry delicately rendered. The soft shading of his face reveals an understanding of volume and light centuries ahead of its time. The composition is neither symbolic abstraction nor strict realism, but something in between. An emotional realism that invites contemplation rather than worship. Many have tried to capture Ajanta's essence through photography, but the experience resists translation. The human eye perceives subtleties of hue and scale that cameras cannot replicate. Standing before a mural, one feels drawn into its rhythm, the gestures, the flow of garments, the tranquil expressions. The space seems to breathe, not metaphorically, but perceptibly, as though the air carries traces of ancient meditation. Ajanta's legacy extends far beyond its cliffs. It influenced the development of Buddhist art across Asia, inspiring later cave complexes in China such as Dunhuang and Longmen. The principles of composition, perspective, and narrative established here became templates for sacred art for centuries. Yet Ajanta remains distinct in tone, intimate, human, inward-looking. Its beauty is quiet, contemplative, never monumental for its own sake. Visitors often remark on how silence feels different inside these halls. Dense but peaceful, carrying weight. It's easy to imagine monks gathering at dawn, chanting verses that resonated softly against the stone. The caves were not designed for grandeur. They were shaped for stillness, for turning inward. In that sense, their true architecture is mental rather than physical. The modern traveler arriving by road or rail sees only the surface, stairways, carved facades, ticketed entrances. But to understand Ajanta fully, one must think vertically, not horizontally. These are not buildings placed on land, they are negative space cut into mountain. Each hall represents the removal of what is unnecessary until only essence remains. It is both sculpture and philosophy in a single gesture. The basalt cliff still bears the marks of chisels where work ceased abruptly. Archaeological evidence suggests that excavation stopped suddenly, perhaps due to political change or shifting trade routes. Some caves remain unfinished, their interiors half-shaped, columns barely outlined. These incomplete spaces are poignant reminders that devotion is a process, not a conclusion. Even in incompletion, they possess harmony. The paintings, though ancient, speak to a universal sensitivity. Their subjects, compassion, renunciation, the search for peace, transcend the religion that inspired them. The artists captured not divinity as distant, but enlightenment as attainable. They painted not gods, but possibilities. In an age defined by impermanence, the Ajanta Caves endure through paradox. They were carved to express the transient nature of all things, yet they have survived 2 millennia almost intact. The teachings they embody, patience, discipline, balance, have become part of the rock itself. Toward evening, the gorge quiets. The air cools, and the river below reflects dim light onto the cliff. The caves, once vibrant with chants and labor, now rest in a kind of suspended awareness. Travelers depart, yet the halls remain constant, calm, proportioned, waiting. Inside, the murals still hold their stories, their colors soft but present. The faces of bodhisattvas still gaze outward with the same tranquil curiosity they have kept since the 6th century. The Ajanta Caves remind us that skill is not only in what is made, but in how time is made to pause. To carve a mountain into sanctuary is to reshape both matter and perception, to turn endurance into art. The men who worked here left no signatures, no monuments to themselves. Their devotion exists entirely within the space they created. Today, their work continues to teach without speaking. The walls that once echoed with chisels now absorb silence. The pigments that once glowed by torchlight now breathe under faint daylight. Nothing has been added. Nothing needs to be. What remains is balance. Between art and faith. Between stone and story. Ajanta is not a relic. It is an active gesture frozen in motion, a reminder that human hands, guided by purpose, can persuade even rock to hold compassion. And though centuries have passed, the rhythm of those chisels still lingers somewhere within the stone, a heartbeat of patience, still steady, still present. Sunlight finds the granite face before anything else. It slides across worn features carved 3,000 years ago, tracing the mouth, the curve of the cheek, the faint hollow where an ear once was. The figure no longer stands, it rests flat against the earth, fractured into sections that no one could ever lift again. Each piece feels larger than memory, a monument that both defied and succumbed to time. This ruin belongs to Ramesses II, a king whose name was once synonymous with permanence. His temple, known today as the Ramesseum, was built not for worship but remembrance, a house for eternity designed to outlast its maker. Its stones were chosen for endurance, its walls engraved with stories meant to repeat themselves forever. Yet what remains speaks softly now, eroded by sand and years. its perfection scattered into fragments. Construction began during the 13th century before Christ, when Ramesses ruled a kingdom that stretched from the delta to Nubia. He commissioned the temple on the west bank of the Nile, across from Thebes, where the sun set each day over the realm of the dead. To build it required resources on a scale that few societies could have summoned. Stone was quarried from Aswan, carved into colossal blocks, and transported hundreds of miles north against the current. Modern engineers still debate how those blocks were moved. The largest weighed more than 1,000 tons, greater than the heaviest stones used at Giza. To haul them across desert and river without machinery would have demanded methods now lost to history. Some imagine wooden sledges dragged across wet sand. Others propose rolling cylinders or earthen ramps lubricated with oil. Whatever the means, the labor must have involved tens of thousands of workers moving in synchronized rhythm, guided by foremen, priests, and engineers who understood leverage better than anyone before them. Once the stones arrived, masons shaped them into colossal statues that flanked the temple's entrance. The largest depicted Ramesses seated upon a throne, wearing the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt. His hands rested on his knees, his gaze fixed toward eternity. For centuries, travelers described the sight in awe, a giant of stone presiding over the ruins of time. Even after the statue collapsed, its fragments continued to astonish. The head alone measures more than 8 feet high. A single ear is the size of a man. The temple itself followed the traditional design of Egyptian mortuary architecture: pylons, courtyards, hypostyle halls, and sanctuaries. But here, proportion becomes statement. Everything was exaggerated to monumental scale. Columns rose 40 feet, their capitals carved with papyrus and lotus motifs. Reliefs across the walls depict Ramesses's greatest triumph, the Battle of Kadesh, a campaign he declared a victory, though the outcome was less certain. Chariots, horses, and soldiers cover the walls in lines of motion that still convey momentum after 3 millennia. The scenes are not documentary, but symbolic, transforming history into eternal propaganda. The deeper one moves through the ruins, the more complex the architecture becomes. Doorways narrow, ceilings lower, light recedes. This progression mirrors the ancient Egyptian concept of transition, from the realm of men toward the divine. Within the innermost sanctuary once stood the statue of the god Amun, illuminated only at certain times of year when sunlight entered through precisely aligned openings. The design, both functional and spiritual, unified architecture with astronomy. The Ramesseum served both as temple and tomb cult, maintaining offerings to sustain the pharaoh's spirit in the afterlife. Priests recited hymns and burned incense before his statues daily, ensuring his presence remained active in the mortal world. Over time, as dynasties changed and the sands rose around the walls, those rituals faded. The complex fell to ruin, but the philosophy behind it persisted, that a ruler's memory could be carved into permanence. When early explorers reached the site, they found the fallen colossi, half buried in debris. In 1819, the French scholar Jean-François Champollion stood before the shattered statue and recognized hieroglyphs spelling out the throne name of Ramesses II. He wrote that the scale exceeds comprehension, yet reveals the hand of human will. Nearby, the poet Percy Bysshe Shelley drew inspiration from travelers' accounts of that same broken face for his poem Ozymandias, immortalizing the paradox of pride and decay. The irony is not lost on visitors today. The temple built to defeat time has become one of its clearest victims. Columns lean, reliefs fade, lintels crack, and the great statues lie prone as if in repose. Yet their ruin reveals something deeper than failure, an enduring proof of the ambition that once shaped them. Even broken, the temple communicates its original intent, to impress upon all who see it the scale of human capacity. Modern surveys show that the builders employed remarkable precision in layout. The temple's axis aligns almost perfectly east to west, ensuring that sunlight penetrates the hypostyle hall during specific festivals. The foundations are leveled across an uneven desert surface to within fractions of an inch. Stone joints fit so tightly that even without mortar, they remain stable after thousands of years. These feats suggest a deep understanding of geometry, physics, and material strength that modern engineers still study. The question often asked, How were such colossal statues raised? Has no single answer. Theories include large ramps built of mud brick and rubble, gradually extended as the structure rose. Others suggest that the statues were carved in horizontal position and then lifted using wooden scaffolds and ropes, inch by inch, counterweighted by sand-filled bags. Whatever the method, it required coordination on a scale that turned engineering into ritual. Every movement of stone became an act of faith. Weathering has softened the surfaces, but details remain astonishing. One can still trace the fine lines carved into Ramesses' headdress or the hieroglyphs etched into his throne. The inscriptions are filled with divine titles: Son of Ra, Beloved of Amun, Lord of the Two Lands. They were meant not as vanity but as affirmation, ensuring that language itself would sustain his existence across eternity. In the Egyptian worldview, to speak or carve a name was to give it life, to erase it was to end it. Excavations have uncovered remnants of workshops around the temple, pottery kilns, storage pits, and fragments of tools. The workers who built this complex were not slaves, as once believed, but skilled laborers organized into crews. They received rations of bread and beer, lived in nearby settlements, and worked under the supervision of scribes who kept meticulous records of output. Their artistry, though anonymous, represents one of the most accomplished periods of Egyptian craftsmanship. The surrounding complex once included granaries, administrative offices, and a royal palace attached to the temple's southern side. Here, the pharaoh could perform ceremonies connecting his earthly authority with divine order. The architecture of the palace reflected that duality, blending domestic comfort with symbolic ornamentation. Only fragments remain, but the layout suggests courtyards shaded by columns, walls painted with scenes of abundance, and water channels designed to cool the air. Over time, floods from the Nile deposited layers of silt around the ruins, burying lower structures and preserving them. When archaeologists cleared these layers in the 20th century, they found inscriptions recording the names of priests who served long after Ramesses' death. Even as dynasties fell and new rulers claimed power, the cult of Ramesses continued, proof that memory in Egypt could outlast empire. Visitors often describe an uncanny sense of proportion when standing inside the hypostyle hall. The columns are massive yet precisely spaced, their capitals carved into open papyrus forms. The rhythm of their alignment guides the eye forward, drawing attention toward what no longer exists: the roof. Where once there was shade, there is now sky. Birds nest atop broken capitals, and sunlight moves freely through what used to be enclosed. The effect is strangely uplifting, as though the structure accepted its decay and adapted to it. Reliefs along the walls remain among the most intricate in Egypt. Some depict offerings to the gods. Others record the pharaoh's military exploits. One famous panel shows Ramesses driving his chariot into battle, bow drawn, horses galloping forward in a cloud of arrows. The composition captures motion with clarity, muscles tense, wheels turning, enemies scattering. It is propaganda, yes, but also artistry of the highest order. The precision of these carvings suggests an advanced system of grid planning and proportional scaling. Each figure follows a canonical ratio, ensuring harmony across the composition. Beyond aesthetics, the Ramesseum embodies the Egyptian belief that art and order were inseparable. The temple's geometry mirrors the concept of ma'at, balance, truth, and cosmic stability. Even in ruin, those proportions remain visible. Walk along its corridors, and one senses that every line leads somewhere deliberate, every angle chosen to sustain harmony. The fallen colossi outside tell a different story, one of transformation. Their collapse may have resulted from earthquakes, looting, or gradual erosion. Yet in their horizontal position, they possess a strange serenity. The scale no longer intimidates, it humbles. Visitors often describe feeling watched by the fragments, as if the face of the pharaoh still observes them from another age. At night, the site changes character. Without tourists or guides, it becomes vast and quiet. Wind moves through the columns, carrying fine dust that glints faintly in starlight. The temperature drops, and the massive stones release the heat they stored through the day. Standing among them, one begins to sense why the Egyptians believed stone could hold memory. The material seems to breathe, contracting and expanding with temperature, exhaling the day's warmth into darkness. Archaeological preservation has stabilized much of the complex, though its condition remains fragile. Flooding and salt crystallization continue to threaten the reliefs. Conservationists now use microclimate monitoring to track humidity, ensuring that what remains will survive another generation. Yet there is something fitting about its partial ruin. The Ramesseum was built to embody permanence, but its endurance lies in transformation, in how it teaches through its decay. For Egyptologists, it offers crucial insight into the logistics of large-scale construction. For poets, it symbolizes the futility of ambition. For those who stand before it, it becomes something else entirely, a moment of quiet recognition that grandeur and fragility can coexist. Few structures capture the full cycle of creation and loss as completely. The Ramesseum began as an act of divine assertion, a declaration that human will could command eternity. What remains proves something subtler, that even when power collapses, beauty can persist. Each fragment of stone holds the echo of intent. Each fallen statue reminds us that permanence, though impossible, can be pursued with grace. Centuries after its completion, the temple continues to draw study and reverence. Scholars measure its proportions, tourists trace its carvings, and locals walk among its pillars as though visiting an old friend. The stones have lost their names, but not their presence. Ramesses II built more monuments than any other pharaoh, yet this one, in ruin, outlasts them all in spirit. It does not command obedience anymore, it invites reflection. To see it now is to witness the equilibrium between ambition and acceptance. A balance achieved not through victory, but through surrender to time. Nothing about the Ramesseum feels accidental. Every collapse follows the logic of its creation. The head that fell now rests perfectly against the earth, its features preserved by chance and proportion. The inscriptions still read clearly, Ramesses, beloved of Amun. Words once meant to defy oblivion now survive as relics of humility. When dawn returns, light gathers slowly across the fallen face. It climbs from chin to brow, tracing the same path it followed thousands of years ago when the statue still stood upright. The moment lasts only a few seconds before brightness floods the temple. In that brief interval, it feels as though the monument remembers itself, as though the king rises once more to greet the sun. The Ramesseum remains what it was always meant to be, not a building, but a conversation between stone and time. If you've made it this far, take a moment to breathe and let these ancient places settle in your thoughts. Each monument, each stone, carries more than mystery. It carries the echo of something humanity once dared to reach for. Tell me which structure fascinated you most, or which one you think hides secrets we've yet to uncover. I'd love to hear what you believe. If you enjoyed this journey through time, remember to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. That way you won't miss the next descent into our world's forgotten past. Until next time, stay curious.